Okay, great. Let's make this. Okay. Hello everyone. Let me welcome you at the second day of our conference on the occasion of 130th anniversary of the Lvov-Warsaw School. And it's my great pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Peter Simons from Trinity College Dublin, a person who made really a lot for the tradition of the Lvov-Warsaw School, and for many reasons we may count them among continuators of this tradition. And Peter's subject for today is classes and multiplication. Leśniewski, missed opportunity.
Thank you. Bardzo dziękuję, Anie, za zaproszenie na tę konferencję. Cieszę się, że jestem nowo w Polsce wśród tak wielu przyjaciół.
My się bardziej cieszymy,
Dziękuję.
że jesteś z nami.
To translate for those for whom my Polish accent is too terrible, thank you very much, Joanna, for the invitation to the conference, and I'm very pleased to be back in Poland among so many friends, and I hope to see more as we go along. This is quite a short paper, so I don't think we will lose much time. You probably know that I am a big fan of Big Stan, or Stanisław Leśniewski, and I've often wondered whether everything he did was right. And there is a sense in which it's pretty hard to find things he did that were wrong. But I think I've found one big thing that he did that was wrong. And that is the way in which he treated classes, using that term in a very loose sense at the moment. And really what this paper is about is why you should be more liberal in your treatment of classes than Leśniewski was, and why that would, first of all, enable you to do more things than he did or could, and secondly, why, if he had done it this way, or something like this way, he might have had more success among the mathematical community in Warsaw in the 20s and 30s than he did. So when Leśniewski got interested in, perhaps I should, okay. Am I losing? No. I have a motto. It's from a rather unlikely source. Great creations come from the mathematical mind, so we must always consider all that is mathematical as a means of mental development. It is certain that mathematics organizes the abstract part of the mind, so we must offer it at an early age in a clear and very accessible manner as a stimulus to the child whose mind has yet to be organized. That is due to Maria Montessori, great educator. Like a lot of her sayings, it's true, but rather tritely expressed. I have no idea what the original Italian is like, but all of the sayings of hers that I've seen are a little bit chocolate box. But it's true, and I even had confirmation of the importance of this morning, a message from my daughter-in-law to the effect that one of my grandchildren, Wolfgang, was musing. He's 7 years old, so he's very clever. And he was musing about the importance of mathematics for architects, not a subject that I would have wondered a lot about, but he listed a number of reasons why mathematics might be important to architects. Firstly, they get the shape of the buildings right, or helps them to do that. Secondly, it helps them to cost and price the building efficiently. Thirdly, it enables them to ensure that floors, walls, and other supports are adequate to support the load. And the fourth one I've forgotten. But my daughter-in-law was very pleased that he seemed to be reasoning from first principles. And my sister-in-law's partner is a famous architect, so I've told them to get in touch. All right. We'll see why Maria Montessori is relevant later on. So here are the contents. Russell and Lesniewski, problem solved. Classes in ontology, and by ontology I mean Lesniewski's logical system ontology. I wish he'd called it something else. I can see why he called it that, but I would have wanted him to call it something else. His missed opportunity. Illustration using multiplication, very easy multiplication. A small diversion to note how Whitehead defined multiplication, because it's quite interesting. And finally, my one and only borrowing from Lenin, the expression, what is to be done. Here is, I won't go through this because you're all very familiar with this, but here is one formulation of Russell's paradox expressed in terms of classes. And under very natural assumptions about when classes exist. And I shall use the term class, not set, throughout. There are good reasons for that. Under very natural assumptions about when classes exist, these assumptions lead to a contradiction known as Russell's antinomy, Russell's paradox. And some people call it the Russell-Zermelo paradox because apparently Zermelo got it as well, possibly earlier, but didn't publish it and didn't think it was very important, which I think was a mistake. It is important. Now, Lesniewski tells us that he got interested in mathematical logic by reading Łukasiewicz's O zasadzie sprzeczności u Arystotelesa in 1911, the year after it was published. And he learned about mathematical logic, or at least some of the formulas of mathematical logic, from the appendix, where Łukasiewicz uses some symbols of cultura, and also about Russell's paradox in chapter 18 of that book. And like a lot of people at the time, Lesniewski thought that Russell's paradox was just a silly little puzzle which could quickly be solved. And like everybody else, he discovered very quickly that it wasn't a silly little puzzle that could easily be solved, but was actually a serious, perhaps fundamental difficulty in the foundations of mathematics, comparable possibly only with the other paradoxes of the time, Burali-Forti, Cantor, and so on, but also with the discovery of incommensurables by the Pythagoreans. And so it required a lot of work to remedy the defect, if you put it this way. But Lesniewski initially thought it was easy, and the story is that he missed a train because he was working hard on trying to find a solution to the paradox. And for Lesniewski to miss a train was not like missing a train going from, I don't know, Poznan to Zepin. It was because his father lived in eastern Siberia. It probably meant he had to wait 24 hours to get the next connection. So this would have made some kind of impact on him. Eventually, first of all, let's say that Lesniewski was fascinated by antinomies, not just then, but for the rest of his life. And unfortunately, among his tragically destroyed papers, there was a large treatise on antinomies. And these papers were, as we know, destroyed in Sobocinski's apartment during the Rising in 1944. It was a loss for science. But he had a go at solving Russell's paradox, and his first paper appeared in 1914 with a very long Polish title called Czy klasa klas podporządkowanych sobie jest podporządkowa sobie, something like that. Is the class of classes subordinate to itself, subordinate to itself? Subordinate, podporządkowana, is an expression from Łukasiewicz. It's not standard, so nobody uses it today. And his answer was, there is no problem. There is no paradox. And this is because of the way he understood subordinate. He understood it in what we would now call mereological terms. He wouldn't have used that term at that time because he didn't invent the term mereologia until 1927 or so. But that was effectively what he did. So here is how he dealt with it. First of all, C is a class if there is some A such that C is the class of all A. A is a term which may stand for 1, 0, or more than one individual. C is the class of all C. That's true whether there are any A or not. Every individual, therefore, is a class because C can be just one object. And he understands subordinate to mean A is a part of B. A is subordinate to B if and only if A is a part of B. A is a part of B. He uses the Polish term ingredients, which no one uses anymore, to mean a part changed or identical. So a proper or improper part. It follows that every individual is a part of itself, so no individual is not a part of itself. And therefore no individual is a class which is not a part of itself. Therefore there is no such thing as the class of classes which are not part of themselves. Therefore there is no paradox. End of story, problem solved. We can all go home and have a cup of tea. Unfortunately, that is not the end of the story. Now, interestingly, when Leszczynski came round to formulating more formally the principles which lay behind this analysis in 1916, in his monograph Teorii Ogólnej Mnogości, he didn't only present the principles of what we would now call mereology, or his mereology, in his own terminology, in a sort of mixture of Polish and variables, very regimented Polish. He also tried, I think, to hijack set theoretic terminology because he used words like class, klasa, collection, zbiór, and element. And it turns out that element in his development is equivalent to, is a part of, ingredients. So what he was trying to do, I think, was trying to hijack set theory. Firstly, because he had a mereological conception of set theory, which he claimed to have obtained from Cantor, because Cantor does speak rather loosely about what a set is, or a class. And secondly, he wholly disapproved of modern set theory, for reasons with which I wholly and totally sympathize, because it is over its head in commitment to abstract objects. And Leszczynski didn't just reject abstract objects like me, he hated them. So he was trying to persuade the mathematicians to do set theory as mereology, we might say. And the mathematicians did not bite. And it's very obvious why they didn't, because you can actually do very little indeed with mereology, whereas with set theory you can do huge amounts. Set theory is an incredibly rich subject whose development is still ongoing. I learned 3 days ago in Wismar, I was at a conference on Frege's 100th anniversary of his death, that Quine's system, New Foundations, which I thought had not been proved consistent, has been proved consistent 8 years ago, and no one noticed except about 3 people. I mean, that's because it's such a weird system, but there you are. Set theory is still a subject of ongoing mathematical interest, at least among a very small minority of mathematicians. So Leszczynski's attempt at hijacking was a failure, and he eventually, or fairly soon actually, gave up trying to use set theoretic terminology to describe mereological relationships, and contented himself with sniping at what he called official set theory, and making rude comments about it. And I think his rude comments despite their rudeness, are actually on the money, because he rejected the empty set, which he thought was a crazy fiction, and singleton sets. And I absolutely agree with both of those things. And you can also find similar ideas in Schroeder and other people before him. But anyway, that's a long story. So that's Lesniewski's attempt to get rid of Russell's paradox. But Russell's paradox comes back to bite you if you believe in classes as many, classes as pluralities, at least for things with more than one member. And that, I think, was how Russell initially understood classes, which gave rise to the paradox. And Russell makes this wonderful distinction in the Principles of Mathematics, his best book, 1903, between classes as one and classes as many. And classes as one are, at least according to some passages, mereological wholes, like in Lesniewski. According to some other passages, they're not, but Russell is not quite clear about this. But classes as many are very important in Russell because they are pluralities or collections of things, of which he says the number other than one can be predicated. So if you've got two things, you can predicate the number two of the pair of them. So let's take an example. Russell and Whitehead are two things, two men, and they are the authors of Principia Mathematica. And what does that mean, or how can we analyze it? Well, we can say that Russell is an author of PM and Whitehead is an author of PM, and Russell and Whitehead are not identical, and every author of PM is either Russell or Whitehead. So what we have there in the first sentence, Russell and Whitehead are the authors of PM. Let's take the out. Let's just say Russell and Whitehead are authors of PM, is that we have a predication whose subject is plural. So we're talking about a pair of people. Now, if we take pairs of people seriously as objects, in addition to individuals, then we are, first of all, we already have a language available which allows us to do that, which is Lesniewski's ontology. Because in Lesniewski's ontology, names can be plural. So let's look at the name, I'll call it that, author of Principia Mathematica. Then we have Russell and Whitehead are authors of Principia Mathematica. And there are different ways to analyze that in Lesniewskian terms. Now, what Lesniewski does when he comes around to formulating the principles of ontology about 1920, 21, something like that, is he allows plurals, but he doesn't allow plurals of plurals, or plurals as they're nowadays called. And this is because he has a principle of transitivity for inclusion. If A is one of B and B is one of C, then A is one of C. And what that does not allow for is that a pair, say Russell is one of a pair, Russell and Whitehead, and Russell and Whitehead are one of, and then we have to think of something else. Well, here's something of which Russell and Whitehead are one, namely co-authors of a multiply authored logic book. Now, that doesn't just hold for Russell and Whitehead, it holds for Hilbert and Bernays. It holds for Hilbert and Ackermann later, so you can actually have overlaps. So Russell and Whitehead are not Hilbert and Ackermann. So they're two different pairs, they don't even overlap. So there are at least two classes of authors of a multiply authored logic book, and I list a few more at the bottom. So we've got Russell and Whitehead, Hilbert and Bernays, Hilbert and Ackermann, Kalish and Montague, Boulos and Jeffrey, and the Dutch collective called LTF Gamut, and there are others, no doubt, and I haven't bothered to research them. So if we, okay, let's put it another way. Because Lesniewski cuts off plurals at the first level, so he's got individuals and pluralities of levels, he doesn't really think that pluralities of individuals are objects at all, because he regards his general names as being plurally denoting individuals. So you can plurally denote, but you don't denote a plurality, if I can put it that way. But I think you should be regarded as denoting a plurality, and the reason is because you need to for certain purposes. And the purpose that I've picked up on is kindergarten arithmetic. At the end of his life, Frege, as we know, rejected his original logicist analysis for the foundations of arithmetic because of Russell's paradox, and had a go at giving a geometrical foundation, which was what I was talking about a couple of days ago in Wismar. I think it's actually quite a promising idea. But in the process, Frege was incredibly rude about his own former attempt to deal with the natural numbers. And in fact, he runs together natural numbers and real numbers in a way in which he never did before about 1903, actually. Because up to 1903, his theory of natural numbers and Zahlen was completely different from his theory of real numbers, Zahlen. They are totally different subjects. They even have different symbols. And then later on, he threw them all together. So in his late philosophy, he regards the numbers as basically being the complex numbers and anything contained in them. And his geometrical foundation attempt was going to aim straight away for the complex numbers. And so he calls the natural numbers Kleinkinderzahlen, little children numbers. The English translators, Geach and Co., call them kindergarten numbers, which I think is a nice story. Well, I think kindergarten numbers are just fine. And I also think that the way they are taught in kindergarten is just fine too, especially if they follow Montessori methods. So I'm going to give you a quick tutorial on how Maria Montessori thought you should do basic arithmetic with little children, 3, 4 years old. I know because my grandchildren have done this. Let's start with addition. What every parent knows that the way you teach addition to small children is not by looking up the relevant section of Die Grundlagen der Arithmetik and saying, little Johnny or little Eva, the number 3 is the class which is the extension of all concepts, co-extensional with the concept under which these 3 fingers fall. That, if you did that, no child would ever learn mathematics, ever. And it's clear that Frege has just changed the subject in a certain sense, but he certainly put the definition of the basic natural numbers outside the reach of small children, and outside the reach of most human beings, actually, but that's another story. If anybody read that section of Grundlagen and didn't go, what? The first time they read it, then they were either incredibly clever or incredibly stupid. It's just so counterintuitive. Anyway, let's leave Frege on one side. So how are you going to teach addition to small children? In fact, I made an 8-minute video teaching my grandchildren how you do this using oranges rather than little beads, because I didn't have any beads, and anyway, oranges show up in the video. And what you do is you have 2 groups of oranges or whatever, doesn't matter what. And in one group you have, say, 3 oranges, and in another separate group you have 4 oranges, and then you say to the children, right, how many oranges do I have all together? So you perform something you might call physical addition. You don't even need to move the oranges. You just say, considering them all together, how many are there? And of course, there are 7. And then you might say, and I did that, I think, in the video, I transferred 1 orange from one group to the other, and I said, I'm going to still count them from left to right. Look, it turns out that if you add 4 to 3, you get the same as if you add 3 to 4. So you are giving them, if they're doing it themselves, hands-on information about the commutativity of addition. All right, so you can, and then, now this is not a definition, this is an introduction, but it's getting them to understand the concept of addition. And then Montessori brings in numbers, you know, numerals and so on, and gets kids to associate numerals with sizes of groups and so on. I'm not going to do that. All right, so there you've got two groups of items. They can't have any member in common, otherwise you get the wrong answer. And no others come from outside, otherwise you get the wrong answer. You can't get interlopers. So that gives you how to do addition. That tells you what addition amounts to in terms of easily tangible objects. And you can do it with other things. For instance, I counted the steps down from my hotel room to the restaurant this morning. Okay, I'm just a bit funny that way. And so you can count steps, you can count all sorts of things. Frege makes a huge thing about this. You can count abstract things like valid syllogisms and so on and so on. Lots of things you can do. And of course, Frege is rude about treating the manipulation of physical objects as somehow giving the definition of number. He refers to it as Mill's pebble and gingerbread arithmetic. Well, there's nothing wrong with it so long as you don't take it to be a definition. It's a way of introducing and it's a way of manipulating. And the great thing about it is, and we'll see this with multiplication as well, that it introduces the concept along with the notation and the application all in one go. With Frege's definition, what's the connection with application? Well, it comes in through these concepts. And then you'll have to explain to a 3-year-old what a concept is. Ha, good luck. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is addition. At this level, we don't need classes of classes or higher order classes. But for multiplication, you do. So now, children, we're going to do multiplication. So we're going to say, what is 4 times 3? Well, to illustrate this and to bring it into focus, you use groups of 3 things. And you have to have 4 groups of them. They all have to have 3 things in them, and no 2 groups have to share any object. And that gives you the right result, because you say, if I've got 4 groups of 3, how many things do I have altogether? And of course, we know the answer is 12. So what I'm doing is, I am, when we say multiplying 3 by 4, is I am using the numerals 3 and 4 in 2 different ways. In one case, I'm counting individuals, 3 dots, 3 individuals, 3 pebbles. And in the other case, I'm counting groups of individuals, 3 individuals, 4 groups of 3 individuals. Now, if you were Russell doing type theory, how he did in Appendix B in the principles, you would say, well, 3 and 4 mean totally different things, because 4 is a type higher than 3. And they can't be 4 individuals and 4 classes of individuals. The 4 must mean something completely different. You'd have to use it in a different way. And this is anchored forever in Principia Mathematica. The numbers are in types. So there are actually infinitely many numbers 3 and infinitely many numbers 4 and so on and so on. At least Frege doesn't have that, although he has problems with how he tries to avoid it. So I think there's nothing, I think the numbers 3 and number 4, the numerals used to effectively as predicates of the sizes of these groups, they mean the same thing, whether you're talking about individuals or groups of individuals. You're counting different things. It's like saying, well, there's a difference between counting apples and counting oranges. If I've got 3 oranges and 3 apples, I'm counting different things. But that doesn't mean that the word 3 means something different when applied to oranges than it does to apples. And I think the same goes for individuals and groups of individuals. Next, you have a very good class of Montessori children, and you are going to teach them the commutativity of multiplication. So you take your 4 groups of 3, and you take one of the groups and you disperse its members equally among the remaining 3 groups, and you get 3 groups of 4. So now you have 3 4s instead of 4 3s. So notice that the roles of 4 and 3 have switched. First of all, 3 referred to individuals. Now it refers to groups of individuals, and vice versa for 4. So children, you say, we see that 3 times 4 gives the same number of objects as 4 times 3, namely 12. Now, what you're doing there is you're using groups of groups, and you couldn't do that. You can't formalize that in Leśniewski's system. You have to find some trick or some ruse to do that. And I think you should be able to do it directly the way you do at age 5. Now, this is actually a piece of recognized Montessori equipment. This teaches children how to multiply, or it indicates to children what results you get when you multiply in the region 1 by 1 up to 10 by 10. Actually 0 by 0 up to 10 by 10. 0, you just leave the board empty, but you probably better not say that straight away. So this teaches children what the results are when you do multiplication with small numbers up to and including 10. It's called a bead board. And what you actually get the children to put little beads in the relevant holes. And then you put these sliders up to tell you what is multiplied by what. And if you want to teach the children that commutativity works, you do that. You rotate the board through 90 degrees, or at least I would. I'd probably get thrown out for doing it, but there you go. Now, I don't think any Montessori teachers do this, but supposing you wanted to teach the associativity of multiplication. 4 groups of 2 groups of 3, right, gives you the same result as 2 groups of 3 groups of 4. And when you're doing that, you are working not just with classes of individuals and classes of individuals, but classes of classes of classes of individuals. So you can harmonize what the numbers mean and the laws of elementary arithmetic. You could do distribution. I haven't done it, but it would be easy. With Montessori-type manipulation of concrete objects and get the right results. And Frege would be screaming at you to say, stop preparing your little children for a career in commerce, which is what he thought parents were doing. He said, he was very rude about it. He said, den Kindern werden die Kleinkinderzahlen eingeschmiert. So rubbed into them. It's a very rude expression. I mean, it's funny because his father was a teacher. Anyway, let's not worry about that. So associativity allows you to use, or to explain it, not necessarily to define it, allows you to go up another level in the hierarchy of classes of classes. Now that, I'll just show you another piece of standard Montessori equipment. This is how you get children doing arithmetic with numbers up to and including 1,000, actually up to and including 9,999. So you have individual beads, you have strings of 10 beads, you have squares of 100 beads, and you have cubes of 1,000 beads. And the kids move these around to do arithmetic, and they correlate them with the digits, and they get results. And if they're good children and are well taught, they will get the right results. That's a piece of cool kit. That's called the Montessori Golden Beads, and you can buy them on Amazon.de, or presumably on Amazon.pl as well. Now, just as a side note, when I was doing this, I came across a passage in Russell's Principles where he was talking about multiplication. Obviously, I wanted to see what the great Russell wrote about multiplication. And what Russell wrote was, if you want to do multiplication, do it Whitehead's way. And Whitehead has a paper from 1902, very interesting paper. I haven't read it very much yet, but I will do. It's just called On Cardinal Numbers. And it's published in, I think, American Mathematical Journal. And he has there a definite, first of all, one interesting thing is it's in Principia Mathematica notation 8 years before the first volume. So it's fairly dense. And it actually anticipates quite a lot of the definitions that were later used in PM. But the other thing is it contains this definition of multiplication, which is in PM style notation, which is very difficult to follow unless you've spent, 2 days working up to it. But Russell, as ever, has a beautiful prose account. And this is quotation from Russell's principles, and I've slightly modified. Let K be a class of classes, no two of which have any member in common. Form what is called the multiplicative class of K. That is the class, each of whose members is a class formed by choosing one and only one member from each of the classes belonging to K. Then the number of members in the multiplicative class of K is the product of all the numbers of the various classes composing K. If I spoke that too quickly, just, it took me a little while to work out how it worked. And I slightly changed the terminology because Russell's terminology is idiosyncratic. But I'm going to illustrate it with a simple example. So supposing I have two classes, my class K consists of two classes, one of 3 objects A, B, and C, another of 4 other objects, D, E, F, and G. So that fulfills Russell's requirement, or Russell and Whitehead's requirement, that the classes have no members in common. And then the multiplicative class is the class of 12 pairs. That is where you pair each one of the one class with each one of the other class, and you get the answer 12. And that works. So it gives you the right number. And it does so even if members of K are infinite, gives you the right transfinite numbers. And it does so if the number of products, the things that are multiplied, is infinite, provided you assume the axiom of choice, which Russell and Whitehead didn't know about in 1902 and only discovered about after Zermelo wrote about set theory, and everyone said, well, you need the axiom of choice to prove the well-ordering theorem. And then Zermelo tidies his act up. And now I'm happy with the axiom of choice. Not everyone is, but Russell and Whitehead later in Principia called the axiom of choice the multiplicative axiom, because it is what enables them to do Whitehead's multiplication in this way. And Russell says it's nice, and it is nice in many ways, because the pairs there are unordered. You don't need to bring order in at all. All the new normal laws of multiplication drop out from this definition. So it's very cute. Unlike a lot of things that Russell and Whitehead did, it does not conform at all with kindergarten arithmetic or how numbers are actually introduced to human beings. It's very artificial. They use tricks. The tricks work, but they're artificial. Now, just for one more thing to mention, the hierarchy of classes doesn't stop at 3. It doesn't stop at all. And you can easily see this with an example. Suppose you have 3 objects. Okay, that's fine. You have a trio of objects. Then you have a trio of 3 of those trios. That gives you 9 objects. That's classes of classes. And the number there is 3 squared, or 9. And then you have a trio of those trios of trios. And that gives you 27, 3 cubed. And you just go on as long as you like. And that's how you would introduce exponentiation to children. I haven't told Wolfgang what exponentiation is yet, but he's going to get it at some point. So there is no upper limit to the classes of classes. So if you're going to do this properly, you need a theory of classes of classes, which is not set theory. I'm trying to do things Leszczewski's way as far as possible. So what is to be done is to, first of all, accept Leszczewski's 2 methodological requirements, that logic is ontologically neutral. From no logical theorem does the existence of anything follow. And secondly, do it all nominalistically without being a Platonist. Mathematicians are Platonists, mostly. Certainly during the week. If you ask them over a barbecue at the weekend, they turn into formalists, but that's another story. And what you need to do then, in order to make this work, is to lift Leszczewski's restriction of classes to the first level, which means you need to get into something like a cumulative hierarchy. And I've had a go at this, and I'm not going to read these through. I'm just going to flash my axioms at you in slightly naughty way. So I published a paper a few years ago in a collection on unity and plurality and logic and language. So these are my axioms, definitions, one or two additional axioms and some additional principles. You can think of it as what you would get from a fairly standard NBG class and set theory if you do the following. You delete the empty set and any set which uses or contains it, and you delete all singletons and any set which uses or contains it. And if you do that, then you have a model of what at least I'm aspiring to. That is a theory of higher order multitudes, which is adequate for at least most mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for this lecture and presenting us basic intuitions on the seed theories and a little bit of Montessori methods also. Thank you so much. Yes, are there any questions, comments to Peter's paper?
Thanks a lot for the talk. You mentioned that Whitehead and Russell called the axiom of choice the multiplication axiom. And was it like the same formulation or some equivalent formulation of the axiom of choice?
Yes, they wanted it in order to do multiplication their way. Now, I'm not an expert on this because I'm not a logician or a mathematician, but I have a feeling that their version of the axiom of choice is one of the relatively weaker ones. It may be equivalent to what's called the axiom of a disjoint choice. The full axiom of choice allows the sets from which you extract members to overlap, whereas the axiom of disjoint choice doesn't. I think the axiom of disjoint choice is almost self-evidently correct. I think, to the extent I have intuitions, that's one of them. About the other axiom of choice and things that are equivalent to it, of which there are several hundred, I believe, I'm not quite so sure. But for their purposes, it does the job. It gives them a well-defined concept of multiplication. They don't go very far. I mean, just to give you an example, Russell and Whitehead don't define the addition of cardinal numbers until section 112 of Principia. And there's this famous theorem that 1 + 1 = 2, which is, halfway through the first volume and about 10 to 20,000 symbols later. So they should, if they'd been doing, natural number theory, let's say, in a way which, first of all, showed it to be almost logically true and susceptible to teaching by Montessori methods, they should have been able to do that in the first 30 or 40 pages after they got the logic sorted out. But they didn't. They did things the tricky way.
Thanks.
I'm afraid that Jan Woleński did not join us, so I think we have still time for discussion. Are there any questions or comments? We may use the presence of Peter with us.
Thanks so much for this talk. Really appreciate it. And I'm kind of curious, is the idea then that this kind of multiplication theorem, call it, takes out Russell's paradox? Or is that the suggestion as well, that this is kind of an alternative explanation that one might give of Wisniewski's reply to Russell's paradox?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
To be honest, I never even thought it might. But I mean, just to give an example, these things come very slowly to you, especially as you get on in years. It only occurred to me on the train to Warsaw yesterday that my higher order multitudes logic gives you the means to formulate Whitehead's definition of multiplication. And I had a go at doing it, but it does require you to postulate the existence of a very, very large multitude in certain cases. And I am not quite sure in my mind whether my axioms guarantee that. I think you would certainly need something like the axiom of choice for the most general case. But certainly for natural numbers, I believe you could do it. So, but whether you avoid Russell's paradox, yeah. I mean, one of the things about developing something which is trying to be roughly as strong as set theory, but without incurring Platonistic commitments, is that if you are too generous with your principles, you do end up with an antinomy. I ended up at one point when developing that with a version of Cantor's paradox. It turned out that the universe was larger than itself, which is not good. So I treat the development of axioms like this, actually, I think rather in the way that Leszczewski did for his other systems, which is quasi-experimentally. You throw a few together, see what follows, and if anything nasty follows, you go back and modify. So I call it sort of, it's not a priori at all. It's quasi-empirical. It's kind of back and forth. You experiment and see what you can do. And if you look at people, I mean, Frege was just us would do it this way, but Russell and Whitehead went back and forth. If you look at how Russell got round to his version of type theory between 1902 and 1908, he's not only does he have a zigzag method as one possible solution, which is very anticipates Quine's new foundations, but he also zigs and zags about what he thinks. And that goes for other things as well. You know, when he was trying to come up with the theory of definite descriptions in 1904, he tries about 3 or 4 different theories at once, and he only in the end settles down on the 1905 theory, which incidentally I think was a mistake. He should have stuck with the 1903 theory for definite descriptions, not for the other quantifiers. I think the 1903 theory is great. 1903 theory is great. But that's the way you do it. Everybody knows that contradictions lurk. And if you find yourself putting out a system of axioms that end in a contradiction, don't feel bad about it, because let's list 1 or 2 people to whom that happened. Cantor, Frege, Church, Quine, lots of the best logicians of all time have got their logical knickers in a twist by having axioms which give rise to antinomies. It's not easy.
Thanks.
Could you please show again axiomatization of your approach and explain something else more?
Okay, let's see if I can we bring the I can send you the paper. Okay, so the eta is one of, and it's not the same as epsilon because that's Leszczewski, and I don't want to steal that from him. He can have that. So eta is one of symbol, membership symbol. Do you have a question about it?
Yes. What the symbol new?
The next one?
Professor asked, what is the symbol new?
What?
This,
Hang on.
I mean,
How to
below identity. How to
That
understand
one?
this was here. Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
As I say, I mean, if I'd wanted to be closer to what exists, I would have written epsilon is one of. Okay, but this is because I didn't want to steal Leszczewski's symbol from him, epsilon, yes, I used that one instead. It's the nearest thing you could have. But if you don't like it, just replace it by the epsilon symbol, just reject Leszczewski's restriction of epsilon to a relation between individuals and collections. That's all it is. It's just, I kind of got used to it, but you can change it. The symbols are conventional.
How to read the form A, N, B?
Yeah. Which one?
The first form
That
A, N, B.
A is one of the.
A is one of B. So
Yes.
Russell and Whitehead are one of the pairs of logicians who authored a multiply authored logic book, for example. And Russell and Whitehead is not a single object, it's a pair of objects. And it's certainly not a mereological sum of two English logicians, whatever that will be, unpleasant. So, I mean, effectively, this is a way of trying to do without sets what set theory is doing. Now, there are nominalists who disagree with this. I mean, you can see in a way why Leszczewski did truncate his theory of collections at the first level. Because if you don't, you end up with something, have we got some chalk? You end up with something that Goodman says you shouldn't have. So suppose I have two individuals, A and B, and I form their pair, consider their pair, which I'll just write AB. According to my principles, what you can do with that, with just two individuals, you can get infinitely many. You can get all the levels you want. So you can have, so consider, all right, let's do this. A and AB, B and AB, and AB and AB. So this is individuals, first level, second level, but you can reuse ones from lower down. But all of these, by the conditions for identity, these are all different, all of those. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals there. But what you're doing is you are reusing stuff from below. So you get a difference of object without a difference of content. And that is exactly the thing that Goodman says you should not do. And I have friends who I've told this to, and they say, oh, no, that's not nominalism at all. That's kind of some funny kind of Platonism. I don't know. One of the nice features of this is that if you try and do a Russell Whitehead style account of natural numbers, for example, you don't need an axiom of infinity. Russell and Whitehead needed an axiom of infinity. There have to be infinitely many individuals in order for piano arithmetic to be true. On this theory, you only need two individuals. So I call it the axiom of two. So piano arithmetic is not logically true because you've got universes of 1 or 0, but it's nearly logically true. It's just misses being logically true. And it's certainly true of this world. So go ahead and teach arithmetic.
Oh, thank you. I love the example with children in Montessori. And the thing about children is they play really hard and fast and
Yes.
they break things. And so I'm wondering, there's broken crayons, there's all kinds of things that are individuals, but they're degraded in certain ways. Right? I wonder whether this system allows for, or at least the mereologists can actually handle questions about whether individuals are well formed and proper, or whether you have things that are not fully determinate individuals.
Yeah. Oh boy, is that a can of worms? The answer is there is, like death and taxes, vagueness is always with us. And one of the kinds of vagueness that is most insidious is vagueness concerning the boundaries and limits of material things. I published a paper many years ago called "Does the Sun Exist?" Now, and the reason is that the sun has no boundary. It also loses particles in the rate of millions of tons a second. So the sun is a very, very fuzzy object, but don't try and feel the fuzz because it's rather hot. So there is no mereologically well-formed object that is the sun, even at an instant, because there is no clear boundary outside of which a particle is not part of the sun and inside of which it is part of the sun. So that's why you don't give kindergarten children jelly to do counting with. You might do weighing or measuring volume with jelly, but you certainly don't give jelly. You give them nice, clearly demarcated objects. And then the conditions that you require to get the right kind of answers kind of get built into the mathematics and then suppressed until something happens which makes you wonder whether there have been some implicit presuppositions, like counting numbers of particles in a particle accelerator, for example. But yes, if you're going to do it in a way which hooks up with children's ability to A, manipulate in Montessori fashion, and B, not get confused by problems, then you've got to do it in a way which Mariologists will nod and say, yeah, that's good enough. But the real world, unfortunately, is not quite like that. Not quite.
Questions? If no, I would like to ask you to share some memories with us, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because I just got from Professor Urszula Wybraniec-Kartowska, I got this beautiful program of 100th anniversary of the Lvov-Warsaw School. And it was really a great conference, much greater than our anniversary this year. So there is still a place to improve for the next anniversary. And this was organized, I think, mostly by Professor Grzegorczyk. He was the main organizer, and really a lot of great scholars from the whole world took place and took part in it. There was a Lwów part of the conference and also Warsaw part. And I see the name Peter Simons here in the session. Peter Simons. And Peter Simons talked about Twardowski and Bolzano. Do you have any memories about this conference?
I have memories of the conference. I have no memory about what I said. There may be a paper in there somewhere, or at least a basis of a talk. The one reason why I remember the conference is that I didn't go to the Lwów part. I only went to the Warsaw part. There were two reasons for that. One is that I'd already been to Lwów 4 years previously and talked about Austro-German ancestry of Eastern European philosophy, we might say. This was a meeting organized just after independence, in fact. They just renamed Lenin Allee, Svoboda Allee, in Lwów. There are some funny stories I won't tell now about me getting to Lwów, but we'll do that over a beer. The other reason I was pleased not to have been to Lwów, although I love Lwów and want to go back, especially as soon as the war is over, is that the people who did go to Lwów, who included, I know, amongst them, Kevin Mulligan and Jan Woleński, found when they got there that the money that had been sent to Lwów to set the conference up had suddenly miraculously disappeared, and that there was nowhere for them to stay. So they were put up for the first night in a building with broken windows and no heating. Were you there?
No, I've only heard that.
You've heard it. So it sounds, I think, you know, the usual then endemic corruption
Yeah.
had struck, and the welcome input of means from the West had been siphoned off to other causes.
Yeah, I heard that anecdote about that these great philosophers came to Lvov and there was no place to sleep in. Yeah, and everyone asked Professor Grzegorczyk what to do, and Professor Grzegorczyk would say, "Let's sit and contemplate the world." As it is.
My
Very
recollection
philosophical.
from my recollection from talking to Kevin and Jan was that Jan basically screamed at people for so long that they actually got up and did something. So I think he did a great piece of work there, and I'm sorry we don't have him here to thank him. I hope he comes through that door. And Kevin, who is no mean organizer himself, was very complimentary about his efficacy in getting things sorted out within 24 hours. I don't think they got the money back, but they got some semblance of respectability into the arrangements. Yeah, nice pictures on the front. I do have a copy of that program at home somewhere, but I don't have a copy of what I said in my mind.
Okay, yeah. We for sure will share the program on our website of the Lvov-Warsaw School Research Center. And if we still have time, perhaps you could share with us some memories of your teacher, Lejewski. You wrote a beautiful paper about Lejewski, which is published in our special issue of Edukacja Filozoficzna, but if you could just share some.
Yeah, quite happy. Lejewski, let me tell you a little bit about Lejewski for those who don't know. He was born in Minsk in 1913, grew up there, went to study at Warsaw University, studied classics in the late 20s, early 30s, I guess 1913, so he would have been in his 20s, sorry, and studied classics, and then he wanted to do a doctorate on logic in ancient authors, and so he went to lectures by Łukasiewicz, Leśniewski, and Kotabiński, and got interested in the logic for its own sake. He did military service in 1937, and then when he was due to take his doctoral degree, the date was sometime in September 1939, and so he couldn't take it, because although he had passed the examination with Łukasiewicz as examiner, he had to say his Latin words in presence of the rector in order to actually become a doctor. So he was then taken prisoner during the Soviet invasion of Eastern Poland, and spent 2 years in prisoner of war or labor camps in the Soviet Union, where presumably because he was young and strong, he survived. I mean, he had to, cut and haul trees. Eventually, when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, he joined the Second Polish Army Corps under Władysław Anders, great general. And he then went from the Soviet Union to Iran, to Iraq, to Palestine, to Egypt, to South Africa, to Argentina, to New York, to Scotland, which is a very long way to get from one part of Europe to another. He then joined, apparently, the Polish Parachute Brigade. There are stories, and they are not verified by means I would be prepared to swear on the Bible on, that he was parachuted into Poland behind enemy lines on more than one occasion. It depends who you spoke to. He was very, very shy and modest about what he'd done during the war, but he'd obviously been a bit of a hero. After the war, he made a living by teaching English to Polish soldiers and airmen who were in England and Scotland, but especially England. He lived in London. He met Łukasiewicz on at least one occasion when Łukasiewicz was passing through, and they got on well. He didn't even start into an academic career until he was over 40 years old. So he got his doctorate, his second doctorate in 1954 with Popper at the London School of Economics on propositional logic done in Leszczewski's style. Nice little dissertation. And Łukasiewicz, in his very late years, was flown over to be an examiner again. So he then became a lecturer in Manchester and was eventually successor to Arthur Prior when Prior left Manchester in 1966. And he was professor of philosophy in Manchester from 1966 till he retired in 1980. In that time, he spent 1 year at Notre Dame University, 1960-61, at the invitation of Professor Bolesław-Sobocinski. And I imagine he got on very well there. Now, in Manchester, he was relatively isolated. Two reasons. One is it was the 60s and the 70s, and people were doing the Beatles and free love and psychedelics and long hair. And he was a child of the 1930s with short hair, a suit and tie. He was also extremely quiet and polite in a rather old-fashioned, very Polish sort of way. And he just didn't go down well with the students. Now, I actually liked the way he taught, so I went to his metaphysics lectures. But I wasn't allowed to stay there for very long because my supervisor, who hated Lewowski, said, you either go to his lectures or I stop supervising you. So I had to give up. So unfortunately, I didn't go to his metaphysics lectures, but I did read something about them later. And in fact, a lot of them went into some of his papers. Then in 1984, by then I was in Salzburg, we invited him to come and give a semester teaching in Salzburg. And he gave two courses. One was on, what was it? One was on logical consequence. And the other was on, what is it? I can't remember now, probably metaphysics. And again, the subject matter was very like things he'd published. And he was a very interesting teacher because he didn't use any rhetorical effects at all. He just spoke very quietly. And if anything was complicated, he would have a photocopied handout and he would write formulas on the board quite slowly. And the notation he used for logical formulas was Leszczewski's so-called informal notation, which means that I mean, he used Montessorian dots, actually, for punctuation. Now, dots go back, do they go back to piano? There's certainly lots of them in Russell and Whitehead. The thing is that a dot can mean several things. It can mean conjunction, it can mean scope of quantification, and it can mean left or right brackets. So for those of you who are not, like me, familiar with using dots, you go like this when he sees. And what he used to do is he would start a lecture by talking about the subject matter in English. And then he would say, well, we could formalize this as follows. And then he'd write a formula up on the board. And then the formulas would gradually get more complicated. And then when you had a formula which was extending over several lines, he would write the quantifiers and variables in first, and then implication and disjunction. But when it came to conjunction, it was all dots. And everyone else was going like this, trying to follow him. But the interesting thing was, as far as two subjects were concerned, he was more or less infallible. One was what Leszczewski said, or what Kotarbiński said. They were his two favorite teachers. The other was ancient logic. He knew an awful lot of ancient logic. Of course, one of his teachers was Łukasiewicz, who basically kick-started the modern study of the history of logic. So he had a great pedigree. Because of the mismatch between his manner and the general zeitgeist of the 1960s and 70s, he was not a popular teacher. His metaphysics class was so small it fitted in an office which was about a quarter of the size of this room. There were about 4 or 5 of us in it, and one less when I was kicked out or dragged out. Very occasionally, you could ask him a question and he would always have an answer. And the only time he was unsure of what the answer was if he was unsure of what the truth of the proposition was. So one of the questions you could pose to him in Mariology was, do all objects have proper parts? Or are there some objects which have no proper parts, which are Euclidean atoms? And his answer was, he was not sure. This, as we know, is the two, well, there are actually 3 possibilities, but the proposition everything is made of atoms or nothing is made of atoms, these are independent of general Mariology. You can add them consistently. You can also add a hybrid axiom which says some things are not made of atoms and other things are made of atoms, but nobody, I think, does the hybrid version. And that debate still echoes today in the discussion about forms, what is called the problem of composition. So the sort of thing that Inwagen, Van Inwagen and Ted Sider and Jonathan Schaffer and lots of other people discuss as to, you know, whether there are simples or not, or whether the world is gunky. Well, I mean, they were thinking about that in Warsaw in the 1920s. So occasionally Lwowski was not sure. Mostly he was sure, and I never heard anyone defeat him in argumentation, and that included me. And I did have a go once or twice, but it was just impossible. He was an ice face. You just couldn't get any purchase on his views. Now, his views were very, very restricted. I mean, he didn't talk about ethics or existential angst or politics, or even, to a great extent, epistemology, a bit of philosophy of language. And what he did was he took Leśniewski's ideas and he sort of tried to develop them, or succeeded in developing them, in different directions. And some of this came through in his lecturing. So the stuff about multi-categorial ontologies, for instance. He, like Leśniewski and Kotobiński, was a monocategorial ontologist. He thought the only things there are material bodies, which I think is an absolutely crazy view these days in light of modern physics, but nevertheless. He wanted to be able to talk to people who didn't agree with him, say people who believed in abstract objects or events or something. So he developed this thing called multi-categorial ontology, where you've got one part of the language deals with concrete material things, and the other part of the language deals with, well, he called them classes, meaning sets in the modern sense. And he said, well, you can do the language like this, and then at the end of that, when you've done that, and you've been talking to your friend who believes in sets using his language, and he says to you, but you're using language about sets, do you believe in them? You say, no. That was his view. He says, I use this language, I developed this language to be able to talk to people like you, but if you ask me whether there are things that fall under the predicates in that language, I will say, no, there aren't. There are only concrete things. So he was a monocategorial ontologist. And my friend Robert Campbell, who did manage to stay through the metaphysics lectures, said he compared it to the difference between black and white photography and color photography. So color photography is like multi-categorial ontology. You can talk about lots of different things and they come in different colors. Black and white just has black and white, and that's like monocategorial ontology. So you cannot talk about things you can talk about in color in black and white only. That's the analogy. What else can I say? First of all, he was very formal when you first knew him, very correct, very old-fashioned. Remember, he'd been brought up in Poland in the 20s and 30s. But when you got to know him, he was actually very friendly, quite charming, and he enjoyed a joke. And he especially enjoyed red wine, as I discovered in Salzburg. After his lectures in Salzburg, we used to go to a local Serbian restaurant and drink Dalmatian Red. It wasn't the world's best wine, but it was very cheap. And then we would then stagger back home. He also was nice to me because he knew I was working on Mariology, and he didn't agree with what I did, but he thought it was good that someone was trying to do a bit more Mariology and, you know, try and bring it to the philosophical public in a way in which he and Leśniewski had not been able to do. And the other person I know that he got on well with was Józef Maria Bocheński. I know because I saw them together on a couple of occasions. One was in Manchester, and the other was the last time I saw Bocheński, which was in Grenoble. There was a meeting about Polish philosophy in Grenoble, organized by Jean-Maurice Monnoyer. And Bocheński was there. He was very old, he was walking with a stick, had a man to help him and so on. But they sat down and chatted together and joked about all the amazingly talented and eccentric people who were in Warsaw and Poland in the interwar years. And it was clear that they both respected each other. And Lewowski was someone who didn't give people respect for no reason. So he was not deferential to Bocheński, but he was respectful. He treated him as, you know, the rather great man that he was. And I think Bocheński respected Lewowski as well as a, you know, what shall we say, a notable member of the Warsaw School of Logic. And probably no person, including Sobocinski, who obviously had more of a logical following in the US, no person did more to spread Leśniewskian ideas in general philosophy, abroad in particular, than Lewowski. So although he was an incredibly modest man, he never published a book. Most of his 30 or so papers are fairly technical, not all. I think he did a great job in spreading the word. I think that's probably, if anyone has any questions, I'll try and answer them. I did try and contact people in Notre Dame who might have listened to him, including Frederick Ricky, but nobody there answered any of my requests. So maybe they are no longer reading email for whatever reason.
What about Lewowski? It was something else. I'm interested in that for quite a time. So I would like to know, how did it come about that there is a translation of Eugenia Ginsberg-Blaustein's paper on independence and dependence in this monograph on parts and moments, that was edited by Barry Smith, because it was translated from Polish. So I would like to know, like, how did the paper was discovered, whether it was like the first you've encountered, or Kevin Mulligan, I think, recommended it to you or something. The German paper, and then somehow the Polish paper was found, because she was completely forgotten figure in Polish philosopher at that time. So
we're talking about Eugenia Ginsberg,
yes,
right? Ginsbergowa, Blausteinowa.
Yes.
Lovely. I have no idea. Look, I know I got onto it. I certainly found about that paper through the German translation, because at that time I knew one word of Polish, which was tak. And I was interested in Husserl. I was especially interested in the concept of dependence in Husserl, because it occurs, first of all, it occurs in the third logical investigation, where he makes a distinction between dependent and independent parts, which, first of all, there's a bit of Mariology going on in there. And of course, I was interested in that. In fact, that's one reason I got interested in Mariology in the first place, was that it was in Husserl and I was reading Husserl. But secondly, I was interested in the notion of a dependent part, because, or moment, as Husserl called it, because I thought this would be a good thing to use in general ontology. And it's a thing I use today, but we don't call them dependent parts no more. We call them tropes. which is an expression borrowed from Donald Williams. So I was interested in that, and I thought, how are we going to define dependence? It's actually not an easy thing to define. There are different ways to do it and different strengths and so on. So I was drawn to this paper in German, and somehow got hold of a copy of it, because it was not widely known or widely read, I don't think, even when it appeared. As a result of that, and because we were putting together this general volume on parts and dependent and independent parts and moments, it seemed a suitable thing to put in. And another paper I think that we got put in was one by Grelling and Oppenheim as well. So we had a very weird collection of things that we put together, which we thought belonged together from a subject matter point of view. But I mean, at the time, I only knew very little about her, because I just knew that, she'd been a student of Twardowski,
Yes.
as had Leopold Blaustein, and then they got married, and then they were killed during the war, sadly, because of their ancestry. So but exactly who did the pushing and pulling and who translated, I can't remember. It's over 40 years ago. It's 43 years ago, 44 years ago. My memory reaches as far as about Wednesday last week.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. It was lovely to have a possibility to listen to you and your memories. It was just fantastic to feel the spirit of Lejewski also here. Thank you once again for your both papers. The first was planned and the second was spontaneous, but equally fantastic. Thank you really very much for your presence with us, that you are in person here in Warsaw. You are always welcomed with all our heart.
I love being here. Thank you.
Thank you. And now there is time for our next talk in this part. Yes, that's yours. And this is Corey Wright. Corey is from United States, from California. In fact, we are really pleased that Corey joined us. He already joined our conference last year, but we are very glad that you came back to Poland. And your paper, Corey's paper, is entitled "Absolutely True and Perfectly Precise: Twardowski on the Relativist Menace."
I was traveling in my car
will
and I
need
was
some time
listening
to-
your lecture because I was standing in
You would like to
sorry.
try from your, yes? if
Did you
you-
manage to hear what I was saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I have some comments about these axioms.
Oh,
but
okay.
Maybe later.
We'll do that later.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can find anything wrong with them, tell me.
No. But I tried to find.
Oh, thank you.
And could you do the meeting in order to show your screens? Tu as parlé avec Yann déjà? Tu as parlé avec Yann? Il est là.
You want to, the Zoom meeting is, where is it? Um,
In the last email, I sent you the Zoom link with a code.
Sure. Mhm. This one.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Accept you.
Yeah.
We are almost ready. Yes, we can see your slides. Could you share it with?
It's not sharing.
Not share.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah,
that work?
yeah, it works. Great.
Okay. Is it?
Unfortunately, on Zoom.
It's not-
No.
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now
Okay.
it works. Okay, so once again, Corey Wright from California State University. Absolutely true and perfectly precise. Twardowski on the relativist menace.
Thank you. Well, first, let me express my gratitude for the invitation. I am fairly new to the Lvov-Warsaw School. It's something I've known about for a few decades, but never really had the time to work on until very recently. So I have a kind of a lot of youthful kindergarten level of energy with respect to it, but I'm too old. I should know better than to sort of just dive in. So I've had to kind of start from the very beginning with Twardowski, and so that's what I want to talk about today. Is the 1900 paper, which, if I understood correctly, was written maybe for the 500th anniversary of Jagiellonian University, something like that. 400? Mm-hmm. 400 or 500? Yeah, okay. This is, I don't know if you're familiar with this meme, but it's basically a nice representation of what it's like to be in the United States right now. Everything is fine. In California, we're sort of in a bit of a bubble, I suppose. I don't know whether that bubble is going to burst anytime soon, but it's a difficult situation, and it's a difficult situation politically, but also in part culturally and socially. And some of that has to do with what's become known as the post-truth crisis of sorts. The idea that the sort of truth is maybe a kind of an antiquated notion. It doesn't really matter that much anymore. It's very easily dismissed, out of hand. People identify more with their identities than about any sort of matters of fact. And so these kinds of situations, they're very sort of thorny. And philosophically, one of the ways in which this kind of it's not a movement or anything, but one of the ways in which the situation has come about, you might think, is because of certain philosophical trends, one of which is this sort of persistent relativism, what sometimes gets called the relativist menace, going back to Putnam and Dummett and other kinds of figures. But of course, it goes back much further, many millennia, but you see it, at least in the United States, crops up in all kinds of academic ways having to do with like departments of rhetoric and communication studies and stuff, where they really are trying to get past or beyond or transcend any kind of like interesting philosophical notions of choice. So this kind of relativist menace, it's gripping in a lot of ways, but there's interesting philosophical work on relativism, of course, that's much more respectable. So here's more recently, Stephen Hales, Max Kobel have taken up this kind of relativist mantle, and they suggest that look, there's some things that you have to do, some things that you have to say in order to sort of demonstrate the relativist bona fides. And so Max Kobel suggests that, look, here is a passage from him. He says, it's assumed that at the level of contents, truths are no longer relative, but absolute, right? And the relativism that I, Max Kobel, am arguing for is the claim that even the truth of the contents of thought and speech, that is, say, of propositions, is relative, right? So the example that it gives is that the car is, someone says the car is wicked, and someone else denies it or disagrees. The car is not wicked. And the thought is that Kobel and Hales and others are recognizing something that originates, I don't know about properly, but at least is stamped in by Twardowski in this 1900 paper. So that, so I'll talk about that in a minute. But the argument that Kobel gives in this 2007 paper, an argument for relativism about truth, the argument looks roughly like this. It's just that some concepts are non-objective, they're subjective, or they're sort of deeply psychologistic or things like that. The concept that's predicated by the term is wicked or something is cool is supposed to be one of these non-objective concepts. And if that's the case, if some of them are, then competent peers, say agent 1, agent 2, and faultlessly disagree. And what's that? Faultless peer disagreement occurs when agents will correctly assert that A1 will correctly assert the proposition that P, while competent agent A2, speaker A2, will correctly assert the negation of that proposition. And so Kobel contends that competent peers can faultlessly disagree in relatively innocent ways, from which he thinks it follows that that relativism follows, that the correct assertion of propositional content, not the expression, but the content, is somehow perspectival and relative. Right? Interestingly, although he makes an explicit declaration that he's not talking about the expressions, that his brand of relativism is really focused on contents and not the vehicles. The conclusion that he ends up with has to do with the illocutionary, the products of illocutionary acts. So a correct assertion of propositional content is what's perspectival and relative, not the propositional content itself. So, so he recognizes this point from Twardowski, 1900 paper, and then proceeds to just ignore it. And I think that speaks to just how important this paper is for this relativism literature. So I want to say a little bit about that. The paper, at least as I have it, is not the Twardowski paper that was, I think, published in 1900 or 1899, and then maybe published in German in 1902 or 1904. The version that I have is from Arthur Szylewicz, who I just recently discovered is a Californian. of sorts, teaches at maybe Moore Park College near Calabasas in the Department of Mathematics. So I didn't know that he was so close to me, so I might have to sort of, when I get back home, see if I can arrange a meeting and learn a little bit more about his translation of this paper. But in any case, the paper has it that judgments for Twardowski, judgments are the fundamental or the primary and proper bearer of truth and falsity, and judgments are strictly bivalent across all conditions and circumstances. So the problem with relativism gets going because they ignore this kind of fundamental point. So he says, or at least the translation has it that he says, the doctrine of the existence of relative truths can be maintained as a result of failing to make this distinction. The distinction that Stephen Hales and Colville profess to make and then ignore, which is that you have to distinguish, say, judgments from statements that express them. And Twardowski says when you try to promulgate this sort of doctrine of relativity, relative truths, it often works, or it appears to work, because the distinction has been ignored, right? But whenever you apply the distinction rigorously and consistently, relativism sort of melts away, right? So that's the basic idea, that the truth values of the expressions, and these could be any number of things, I suppose, but usually these are going to be sense perceptible signs in a natural language. The truth values of these, whether they're statements, whether they're sentence tokens in an idiolect, whether they're Quinean internal sentences, these kinds of things are going to have truth values that are at most derivative of the truth values of judgment for Twardowski. So the truth values of the expressions, they can be true, they can be false, maybe contingently so, but certainly derivatively so. And the judgments that they're expressing have those truth values in ways that are not contingent, or not mutable by circumstance. Interestingly, I think when I was here a year ago, I was focusing on Brand Blanchard, who was at Yale and Columbia and in New York City in the 1940s and 50s, was a student of C.I. Lewis, and so kind of adopted a lot of kind of early ideas from the new critical realists in the 1910s and 20s, but also picked up a kind of strain of this kind of idealistic and idealism and pragmatism from Lewis, but also sort of interest in rationalism that didn't go so far as to connect to the Lvov-Warsaw School's anti-irrationalist kind of program, but I think maybe there's some connections there. The thing that attracted me to this was that Blanchard basically kind of repeats the same point that Twardowski makes, right? So again, Twardowski comes up with this very important point, right? And you see throughout the rest of the 20th century, people kind of having to rehearse it and remember it, but they just draw different conclusions. So Blanchard suggests the same words as uttered by different people or by the same person at different times. They bear contracted or expanded judgments, which will thus embody truth in varying degree. So there he sort of makes the point, but then takes it in a very different direction than Twardowski. So Twardowski is, I presume, not someone who really thought of truth as varying in degree at all, whereas Blanchard sort of thinks about truth in terms of approximations to some sort of ideal. So Twardowski has these two conditions at the beginning of the paper, or at least the translate paper. One is that if X is a relative truth, where X could be any sort of sense perceptible sign of a judgment, that judgment is true with a change in circumstances, can be altered exclusively in respect of ceasing to be true while remaining unchanged. Otherwise, so the relativist is supposed to meet this condition if they want to sort of demonstrate through examples, through an inductive base, how relativism is supposed to work. And the second condition is that if X is a relative truth, then it's a true judgment that in some circumstances has been true, and only with a change in those circumstances will or can become false. So those two conditions are the two conditions that the relativist is supposed to meet, like Stephen Hales and Max Koval again. And I think Twardowski's point is just that any examples that they come up with will inevitably sort of fail on this distinction, right? And it's a very important paper, I think, because it's brought out for me the importance of the problem of the truth bearer, right? This is an often neglected problem in a lot of classes on theories of truth. You just kind of skirt it and talk about propositions. Judgments are much more interesting to me just for contingent reasons in my background in cognitive science and psychology. So I'm much more interested in Twardowski's account of how to deal with the problem of the truth bearer than some of the later accounts that really focus on abstract logical objects. Just as an aside, I think that Twardowski has a number of logical laws in mind that are going to basically be the final backstop against which this account of absolute truth rests. So identity, of course, and bivalence, excluded middle, non-contradiction, all these logical laws from classical logic that he's working with. Interestingly, there's any number of ways in which they seem to face different kinds of pressure. So here's one of my favorite examples lately, that every surface is a physical object, and every physical object has a surface, right? And you sort of conjoin those. If you try to commute them, you get very different results when you try to make inferences over them. So presumably it's not the case that every surface has a surface, because you end up with an infinity, larger and larger infinities of surfaces that fill up the cosmos pretty fast. Whereas if you reverse those, every physical object has a surface and every surface is a physical object, and every physical object is a physical object, then you don't have this same kinds of problems with entailment. So commutation is usually pretty boring most of the time, but there are some interesting examples that sort of, when you sort of put pressure on them, they can deliver up interesting results. And the same goes for non-contradiction and excluded middle and so forth. So the examples that Twardowski gives suggest, like throughout the paper, the scent of this flower is pleasant, and that flower, the demonstrative, this flower could be a rose, it could be a lilac, whatever. It can sort of change for the relativist the truth value, or so they think. But that's for Twardowski, it's because they're thinking about this as just a sense perceptible sign, as opposed to the judgment that it expresses. Same thing with it's raining. It's raining true in one circumstance, false in another, right? And the thought for Twardowski is that relativists are kind of making this kind of very simple mistake. Lots of examples, like when you get down maybe to the last one, after the Spartan children, in G, the sum of the interior angles of any triangle sum to 180 degrees, which is fine if you're thinking about Euclidean spaces, but if you sort of move to convex and concave shapes in mathematical topology and so forth, you get sort of stranger things. So triangles whose the sum of their interior angles add up to 270 degrees instead. And so basically what that suggests is that if you want to sort of make this claim, if the relativist wants to make this claim that's sometimes true or sometimes false, right? For Twardowski, that has to be unpacked in some way, right? And the way that it gets unpacked is in the judgment as opposed to the statement of the judgment. The examples are pretty straightforward. So one of them, like B, it is 9B, it is raining, it violates that first condition that I suggested. When you try to unpack this as a judgment as opposed to a statement, right, then it seems to resolve itself, and the way in which the relativists are sort of using it as an example actually is proved to be a counterexample. The cold baths are healthy also violates the second condition because you don't have quantification over it, so it's not obvious as a statement whether it's a general truth or a particular truth. When you kind of unmask that and you're sort of looking at, sort of metaphorically, when you're sort of looking at the judgment, then the resolution of the quantifier suggests itself and you don't have the relative truth. So I take it that's kind of Twardowski's point with some of these examples. That any examples that the relativist wants to give will invariably be examples of statements that have truth values that look like they're contingent, but when you actually sort of try to unmask the judgment that they express, those examples resolve themselves straight away. You're left with either absolute truths or absolute falsehood. So he says, again, this is the English translation. He says, precisely such a situation occurs in all these instances to which the relativists like Stephen Hales and Max Colville appeal. They forget that the identity of external expressions, that is to say the identity of statements, is not sufficient to guarantee the identity of the judgments themselves. And they'll cite just those examples that I mentioned on the previous slide. Examples of statements which express judgments that are sometimes true at other times false, but they fail to establish that the true judgment and the false judgment are one and the same, right? I think something like, just as I was trying to sort of think about like, what is the actual argument here? Just, he ends up with the conclusion that the identity of those statements are not sufficient to establish the identity of the judgments, and so they don't actually work as a counterexample. I don't think this quite works because Twardowski was not working in modal logic, but if you think about the kinds of truths as being contingent truths, then maybe something like this might present itself where you have the identity of those sentence types, right? And the idea is that an agent will token one of those types by uttering a unique utterance in a context to state that contingent truth. J1, which is supposed to be true. Similar in 12, the agent will token the second sentence by uttering a unique utterance in a different context to state that false judgment. Just as setup, the supposition of the relativist is that the two judgments in 13 are supposed to be identical, right? And so because they're identical, although one's true and one's false, then the presumption is that once they have established the identity of statements, they've established the identity of judgments, and Twardowski denies this, right? And how does it work? Well, if you have this supposition of relativism in 13, then you can, and the necessity of self-identity in 14, right? That it's necessarily any given judgment is identical with itself. 15 is just redundancy, right? So if alpha, then alpha. 16 allows you to substitute with identity, from which modus ponens gives you that necessarily the first judgment is identical with the second judgment. And then because this is just conditional proof, and for 18 that if those two judgments were identical, then necessarily they're identical. But because it's at least possible that they're not identical, they differ by Leibniz's law in terms of their truth value. In 19, we should be able to say something like, given semantic, a sort of, or it wouldn't be semantic, it's sort of judgmental descent, I suppose, some sort of cognitive descent from the truth of the judgment to the judgment itself from 19 to 20, then given the equivalence in modal logic between 20 and 21, it's not the case that it's necessary that those two judgments are identical, and then we can sort of discharge that in 20. And I've taken some liberties here just because I ran out of space. But we should be able to reconstruct, I think, Twardowski's point is suggesting that finally, if you have if the relativist has these two statements and assumes their identity, it won't necessarily follow that the two judgments will be identical, right? So something like this seems to be kind of what he's suggesting, or at least as on a first read, this is how I interpret it. He immediately makes a second point, which I think is more interesting to me, having to do with the ways in which he's thinking about the identity and non-identity of judgment. So Twardowski writes, indeed, one may speak of one and the same judgment, right? So you can think of this as the judgmental analog of same saying in kind of 20th, 21st century popular language. One may speak of one and the same judgment if, speaking in the language of classical logic, the same subject of the judgment is given, the same predicate, the same quality, quantity, number, and so forth. And if any one of those components were to change, the same judgment would no longer exist, right? So you make any small change, you get a different judgment. All of a sudden, it's not the case that J1 equals J2. Even if they sort of have, they're exactly similar and in any number of other respects. So going back to his example, this is a classical example that it's raining. The statement that it's raining might look true in one circumstance, might look false in another circumstance, right? And then when you unpack it, it's judgment. Twardowski says you get something like this. It's raining in Lvov on High Castle Hill and around its vicinity on March 1st, 1900, Central European time in accordance with the Gregorian calendar and so forth, right? So you really sort of unpack this judgment, right? And then you recognize that it's supposed to be a fully precise and specific portrayal of the actual state of affairs and not some other state of affairs that would make it, that would change the truth value, right? Interestingly, and this was one of the examples that started to lead me to sort of wonder like how much precision needs to be imposed on these judgments, or how do these judgments sort of, how are they constructed by individual cognizers such that they have this kind of level of precision? Twardowski says this is basically the fully specified and fully precise judgment that's expressed by 9b, but of course, you still have these kinds of, the judgmental analog of terms, so concepts or something like that, which are themselves imprecise and vague. So for example, the concept of around is when you sort of express that as prepositions like over and around or in and so forth, they're highly polysemous, right? So you can go around the corner, the bees can be buzzing around your head, you can be kicking around ideas. There's just any number of ways in which we talk about things being around other things. And so that kind of amount of polysemy, when you have sort of the concepts expressed by prepositions like this, or talk of vicinity, it's very loose, right? So it's not obvious how to precisify concepts like vicinities, right? And so this suggests that for Twardowski, there's got to be a successor judgment, right, involved, presumably, that's more precise and more specific, and which makes it the case that this wouldn't necessarily be the final judgment expressed by that statement is raining. And so it wouldn't be the case that this is the one that is absolutely true. This would maybe be a kind of proxy for that absolutely true judgment, right? But now it looks like there's two judgments, right? You've got the one that shows up in the paper, which is supposed to be the example or the sort of proxy of what the final judgment that's absolutely true would look like. And then you've got its successor, which precisifies terms like vicinity and around and so forth. Nonetheless, so that might look like a kind of a difficulty for Twardowski. I'm not sure that it is yet, but I think a lot of the arguments kind of survive. but that it does raise some questions about personification, specification, and so forth. Interestingly, I think precision comes up, or at least the translation into English, precision comes up a number of times in the paper. Twardowski says, again, this is Slizerwich. Did I get that? You'll have to help me with the pronunciation, I'm sorry. But he says, the doctrine of the existence of relative truths is only sustained by an imprecise portrayal of the actual state of affairs. By eliminating this lack of rigor, all basis for differentiating relative and absolute truths vanishes, right? So you can collapse the relativist position, right, by sort of making this distinction, really sort of like focusing on resolving the problem of the truth bearer, and then focusing on the ways in which judgments can be made maximally precise, fully precise. In addition to the perfection of precision, Twardowski also mentions a number of times talk of or accuracy, which is, I think, a little odd given the focus on bivalence. He says, when it comes to ascertaining the truth of judgments, we have to insist on their accurate articulation. Satisfying this requirement immediately undermines all the reasons for claiming that the judgments, that the relativist judgments about the external world are true only for him and not for others, and so forth, right? So again, this focus on precision and accuracy, plus the distinction between judgments and statements, makes it the case that the relativist position is supposed to collapse. On the other hand, this sort of fixation on sort of the laws of classical logic, bivalence, non-contradiction, excluded middle, and so forth, commutation, these kinds of classical laws are often at odds with things like accuracy values as opposed to truth values, and other kinds of focus on personification and specification. I think of these, there's different ways to think about these kinds of terms. I come from like the modeling literature and philosophy of science, where models are often deliberately distorted. They pack in all kinds of idealizations and misrepresentations because that abets the understanding for modelers and so forth. Here's maybe just a kind of representation of like how thinking about these terms, precision and accuracy. So here in this first quadrant, you can have something like high accuracy and low precision, right? Where accuracy would be maybe the sort of measure of the distance to the true value. But low precision in the sense that you're not quite sort of getting it right in the same way. If you think about, say, a machine that launches a projectile or something like that, it would be highly accurate if it's always kind of the projectile is landing at close to the true value, right? So the distance to the true value is fairly minimal, but it would be highly precise if it's always wherever it is, accurate or not, if it's in the same place. So for example, here in this last quadrant, you have something that where the accuracy is low, but it's very precise, right? You're sort of getting the same kind of location each time relative to the target. It's just not very close to the true value. So that's how I'm kind of thinking about accuracy and precision. For Twardowski, that might seem uncomfortable because, again, it's not going to be amenable to the laws of classical logic. But it's pretty clear, at least again in the English translation, that these kind of terms, accuracy as opposed to truth, and kind of variations on precision as opposed to the perfection of precision are coming up a lot, right? Another way in which you might try to sort of get at the issue of judgmental precision is by thinking about the ways in which content is not just a function of conceptualization or mental experience and assemblies thereof, but it actually is also, at least in part, a function of these kinds of construal operations, which those are maybe not always maybe more familiar to linguists, especially in the cognitive cognitive grammar and cognitive linguistics, less so to philosophers. But there's a number of them. And the claim is that these kinds of construal operations are in some sense constitutive of or built into the content, right? So that it's not just that you have conceptualizations, but there's judgers or cognitive agents will impose certain kinds of construals on a conceived scene, on their conceptualizations for linguistic and communicative purposes. So there's a number of them. Profiling is probably the simplest, and I think because Twardowski was very much interested in imagistic presentation as well, as sort of partially imagistic presentation, if I understand that correctly. This seems to be fairly consonant with how he might have thought about it. But I guess the idea would be that if you have something like a term like roof, right, it expresses a concept. There's no way to really sort of have that concept or to understand the concept without thinking about the base of conceptualizations upon which the conceived object is profiled. So profiling is sort of like this kind of focal adjustment of salience, right? You take a sort of a cognitive base or a cognitive domain, and then you kind of make a part of it salient, right? And that gives you the kind of concept. But you can't understand a number of terms like a thumb without having a kind of a background or a conceptual base upon which to have that concept to be made kind of salient to. Same thing with other terms like axon is one and so forth. This is a kind of way of thinking about maybe like figure ground relationships as well. So, this is just maybe one example of how these a basic kind of cognitive operation of like imposing a figure on a ground or sort of bringing something to prominence or attentional salience kind of literally figures into the construction of the concept. You can do this for quantifiers as well, each, any, finitely many, and so forth. There's a number of them. And so because the Twardowski article is, one of the things I really like about it is that it sort of brings all these examples forward. So I like those, and they sort of help sort of think about some of these different cognitive operations, these construal operations as well, which I think bear on the question of precision. So if you have something like, so another operation, scanning, the roof slopes upward or the roof slopes downward, those will be the sort of truth conditionally the same. What's the difference in judgmental content or meaning? Well, you understand that depending on what kind of reference point construction you have. So if you have something like the roof slopes upward, right, you're kind of, as a cognizer, you conceive of the scene such that you pick a reference point and then you sort of scan upwards, right? Similarly, like the glass is half full or the glass is half empty or something like that. You're just picking cognitively a point, right? And then sort of scanning through the imagined scene in one direction as opposed to the other. And so this kind of makes sense of why it is that certain kinds of expressions are kind of odd, right? So when you try to sort of have a judgment that you express in a native language, you have something like, you could say a scar extends from Zed's knee to the ankle, right? But it doesn't make a lot of sense to say a scar extends to his knee from his ankle, right? Because you're sort of getting the scanning operation is distorted cognitively. Similarly, the university raised tuition to $40,000 from $19,000 is not a normal way that you would put that. And the reason why is because normally when you express a claim like that, the scanning operation is much more precise and systematic, right? You have it the other way around. Similarly, in other kinds of examples, these kinds of scanning operations kind of make sense. So in 27, Frege sent Russell, his most famous student, the cognitive construal of the conceptualizations in this imagined scene would be Frege sent Russell, right? So the focus is on Russell as the endpoint, right? Whereas in B, the focus is on the imagined trajectory path followed by the student with Russell as the endpoint. So a slight difference in meaning, right? And the difference in meaning is not a difference in sort of the truth conditions, satisfaction conditions. The difference in meaning is a difference in how the scene is being cognitively construed, right? Scoping is another one, right? So you can say something like when you have like locative search expressions, the autographed first editions of Hume's treatise is say upstairs, in the bedroom, in the closet, on the shelf, beside the bowling ball, and so forth. But notice that if you scramble these, it makes cognitively, it makes a mess of the situation of what the situation that's being conceived would be. So you can't say that the copy of or the judgment can't be that the copy of the treatise is in the bedroom, beside the ball, upstairs, in the closet, because again, what's happening is that you have a cognitive judgment in which the scene is being conceived, and when that's the scene being conceived is such that you don't have this kind of efficient search, a locative search through the conceived scene, then you have this kind of lack of efficient search. You have imprecision in how the sort of cognitive operations are kind of brought to bear on each other. Similarly, in terms of like attentional scope, these kinds of operations are, I think, sort of packed into the judgment. You can say this, right, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to people. Like a human body has 28 knuckles, right? And that's because the scope of predication is too large, right? So you can say things like, a hand has 5 fingers, but you wouldn't say a body has 5 fingers. And so part of that is because, again, these kind of operations cognitive operations have evolved over time to sort of focus efficiently and precisely on certain kinds of ways of conceiving of certain kinds of scenes. Specificity is another operation as opposed to schematicity, right? So when you have an expression like the dog found the corpse or something like that, Twardowski would say, maybe for the relativist, that might look true in one situation or look false in another situation. But when it's expressed as a complete and fully specified, precise judgment, the relativists' use of that example as a case for relativism kind of goes away. On the other hand, it can be expressed in any number of ways. And if this is the judgment, it looks like a botched judgment, right? It's not at all precise. It doesn't make sense as a judgment. So you wouldn't say like Bruce, the vertebrate, alerted his human organism as opposed to maybe his canine handler or something like that. And the reason why is because that as a judgment, right, it's operating at sort of different levels of specificity and schematicity that don't really make sense of the conceived scene, right? It's imprecise in that kind of way, right? There has to be much more precision and systematic efficiency in constructing the judgment as a cognizer. Vantage point is another operation. So for example, if you say Xavier walked across the grass versus Xavier walked through the grass, the truth conditions are the same. You might suppose, what's the difference in cognitive content? Well, it has to do with vantage point. So if you, in the first one, 32A, walking across the grass, you're picking a vantage point that's high and elevated and conceiving of the agent Xavier as sort of from that vantage point walking across the grass. Whereas if the judgment is using a vantage point that's low and following behind the agent, then 32B would be the more appropriate way to sort of precisely express that judgment. But the degree of precision, right, seems to be at least a function of what kind of construal operations are being brought to bear in constructing the judgmental content. Dynamism, there are other kinds of operations involved in this. I don't know that this really helps or make the point, but there are these kinds of cases of fictive motion where a judger or a cognizer will sort of think about a scene. Sometimes this will get expressed using explicitly using fictive motion terms, but a lot of times judges will actually just conceive of a scene using like concepts that seem to appeal to fictive motion. So you might say something like, not that the road exists in the valley, but that the road kind of runs through the valley, right? And that's a way of sort of judging a scene. Obviously, the road doesn't move, it doesn't change, it's static. But in any case, it might affect sort of like the degree of precision. For Twardowski, and I'll stop here, I think, there are these questions about how much maximal accuracy, how much specificity, how much precision have to kind of go into constructing judgments so that they're absolutely true or absolutely false. The relativist case kind of fades away. In 35, you have maybe an example. I don't know whether this would be an example that puts pressure on one of those conditions, right? But it's not the kind of expression that would make sense circa 1900, because there weren't, there were just watches as opposed to analog watches. There were just guitars as opposed to electric versus acoustic guitars and so forth. So the amount of accuracy is probably something that can be, you can think about judgments as having a certain kind of degree of accuracy, I suppose, but it wouldn't make sense for Twardowski because he's thinking about this in terms of classical logic and bivalence, right? Precision, so presumably whatever truth is, it's something like maximal accuracy. If you're going to sort of appeal to accuracy, which he did. But accuracy is not going to be helpful. It might be helpful in terms of thinking about the nature of judgment and content, but it's not going to be helpful, I think, in kind of navigating the commitment to the laws of classical logic. Precision, presumably absolutely true judgments have a kind of perfection of not just accuracy, but also precision. But the examples that Twardowski gives are kind of interesting and curious because they're far more specified than the statements that express them. But again, terms like in the its rating High Castle Hill case, these kinds of terms like so terms for concepts like around, other kinds of prepositional terms, and also like vicinity terms and stuff, just end up with a kind of measure of imprecision. I think I'm over time, but there's a sense in which Twardowski's later, we were talking about this yesterday, Twardowski's later paper on clear styles of writing makes this point that there's no daylight between thought and expression. So I'll stop there. I think ultimately the ways in which the relativist is kind of defeated in this paper requires that that we have some sort of account of judgment, but also the ways in which it's satisfying certain norms like precision, completeness, specificity, and so forth. And that's a really hard account to give, I think, because you can sort of get away from these kinds of the ways in which contextual clues are kind of packed into statements for the purposes of efficient communication, but it does look like that ends up just kind of pushing the problem backwards into the nature of judgment.
Very much. I think we may give us time for 2 short questions. Jakub Bulakas.
Thank you. I invite you to imagine the following situation. We are traveling across Europe in a sleeper train, and we emerge in the early morning blinking, and we look out of the window and see that it's raining, and we agree that it's raining. So our judgments that it's raining outside are perfectly congruent. But we have no idea where we are or what time it is, and there's no way in which those external factors could have infiltrated the contents of our judgment. Nevertheless, what we say is both unaffected by these requirements of precision that Twardowski puts on judgments being absolutely true. And his theory about how it gets to be absolutely true just doesn't work in those cases. So we need another way to do it.
What do you think of it's raining somewhere and at some time? So just put particular quantifiers there?
There are lots of true judgments which follow from what we say, and which are less relative to the circumstances. But what we say, I think, is that what we judge and what we say are in those given circumstances, both of us, absolutely true. Or if it wasn't rain, but somebody spraying the carriage from the top, absolutely false. So I think Twardowski's heart was in the right place, but he didn't have the right theory about how to eliminate the relativity.
And so in that example is the idea that the expression of the judgment and the judgment itself have the same structure?
They can do, yeah. Why not?
Right.
So
Well,
you don't have to build all these extra elements into the judgment that are not in the center.
Yeah.
For the utterance and I won't say the sentence, the utterance and the judgment to be absolutely true or absolutely false. Yeah.
Well, I think that's actually in this paper, this very short fragment, I think he makes a similar point that at least the relationship between thought and language is very intimate, and it could be so intimate that you do have sameness of structure. On the other hand, in the 1900 paper, all of the examples that he gives, both it's raining, I have read it, I've read Singovich's Quo Vadis. All these examples are such that the thrust of them is that the judgments are never they never do have the same structure, right? And so there's this tension, I think, between these two lines of thought. It should be possible, I think, to once the theorist has the full, completely specified, perfect judgment with maximal accuracy and precision, satisfies all the norms, it should be possible to state it. Well,
we hardly ever have.
Right.
It's a book.
Right. But
I have to look at the later paper and see. That's the better solution.
But the implication would be then we hardly ever have access to our absolute truths.
Have access to meaning in what sense?
Well, if
we utter absolute truths every day without having access to the totally accurate material. But the reason that they are true is not because of what's going on in here, but because of what's going on in here, plus the external circumstances, plus the way the world is.
Yes, should I press the button? Green. May I have a look on the slide where you made a derivation that from two identical tokens they imply two different judgments or something like that? Before, here. Could you tell me how did you get a line 14 and then how did you get a line 16?
Oh, 14 is just, so 13 is the relativist supposition.
I'm speaking about
and
14.
14 is not derived from it.
Yeah, so how did you get it?
It's just...
Okay, and then how did you get 16?
16 is just substitution from identity. If A equals A and A equals B.
But just a second. You
In the
that-
consequence.
Sorry, in 16, you put 16 you have from 15?
Um,
16 assumes that identities are necessary. There are no contingent
I-
identities.
I mean, that for me, it is not obvious which logic you have. And I mean, I have some taste that there are at least one logical mistake. Simply, there is no inference here. You made mistakes here.
Possibly, yeah.
So, and which logic did you have, in fact?
Uh-huh.
Which one?
Well-
K for what? What is the logic? And how do you make this, that you make a substitution in such a way as
Mhm.
you made in 16?
Substituting.
I mean, it doesn't mean that 23 is not true, but simply you didn't derive it
That's right.
correctly.
That's right. That could be.
This is the first. And the second thing, I mean, it was just remark. And the second thing is, how would you place the idea of absolute and relative truths of Twardowski in comparison with the most important, let's say, theory of truth made by Tarski, who was in fact somehow the student of Twardowski. And so what would you say about this comparison? Did Tarski had some connection with Twardowski? How it was with this absoluteness?
I think the thing to say is that I'm the last person in the room to be positioned to answer that question. I think there's some rich literature having to do with Tarski, of course, on his own, and Twardowski on his own, and then I'm sure some of my Polish friends would
Yes,
be able to answer that much better.
there is.
May I be the first?
Yes,
person?
yes,
Sure.
yes, yeah. Yeah.
Tarski's theory, as he says himself, is for the languages of formalized science, mathematics and logic. In mathematics and logic, properly done, there are no indexical expressions or moral expressions or vague expressions. So he is okay. It's all right in Tarski's theory to express convention T in the way in which he does it. But it breaks down when you start using indexicals. You have to go one of two ways. You either take the context into account, or you relativize truth to possible worlds, times, speakers, eras, and God knows what else. So the second way is the way of Montague and people like that. The first way is the correct way and is mine.
We'll make a little break at least before next paper. I think we would start at 12:10. What do you think? Okay, I would like to thank Cory once more. It was great illuminating paper. I'm so glad that Twardowski's paper provokes new approaches like yours. Thank you very much.
So the judgment is not being.
Works.
Yeah, that'd be great. Outstanding.
Great.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You can use mine. That's fine.
Okay, everybody. Let me welcome you at the second part of our Friday session. And we start with paper of Joe Ulatowski, Józef Ulatowski. Do you like it, Józef? Okay, Józek also. Józek.
That's right.
Okay. So we start with Joseph Ulatowski or Józek, if you prefer. And the title is We'll Always Have Paris, the 1935 Congrès International de Philosophie Scientifique, Janina Hosiason-Lindenbaum's Empirical Studies on Probability.
Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all. And as Corey did and as Peter did before me, I just wanted to thank you so much for the invitation to join you for today's conference. I think the other thing too is to say that I'm merely learning Polish, and at one point I'd love to just speak with Peter about this, not only give a talk in Polish, but also write in a paper in Polish and from start to finish. So that's a goal of mine. Now, whether I do that sooner rather than later, it's probably going to be much later, but I'm certainly willing to learn and I'll look forward to it. So without further ado, thank you again. And a little bit about this paper is of interest as far as how it kind of, its genesis, how it's unfolded over the last few months. It really has, it's one of the more, how should we say, newer papers that I'm thinking about, in particular because of was actually brought to my attention, this paper, which I'll refer to shortly in a different slide, by Janina Hosiason-Lindenbaum, that is actually in Polish. And so I've been working with someone, Julius Drąsik and Jagiellonian University, to translate it appropriately and properly as best we can. But there's some important elements to this paper that I think should resonate with contemporary philosophy, particularly those people who work in what's known as experimental philosophy. So I'm going to try and make an historical case here for that particular view. So here we go. All right. So first up, that's kind of, I wonder if I can can I move that? Let's see. Wait, I used to be able to do it. I don't want to stop that, but, oh, sorry. Okay, well, okay, we'll just, oh, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Oh, and now I can't read it. No, so, let's not worry about it. Okay. All right, so here's the Congress that took place in 1935. One of the first things I always like to do, particularly with when looking at a particular event historically, is I look to the newspaper corpus. What is it that people were saying about the particular Congress, to see just what had generated the most interest? And if you are all familiar with the Congress, you understood that the keynote speaker for the Congress was Bertrand Russell. And apparently he stole the show by actually having some form of a press conference. This particular article was syndicated across hundreds of newspapers across the US and was the only element of the 1935 Congress that was shared publicly. And what he had said was that it was very good for the US to remain isolationist in the growing, how should we say, violence, atrocities, political turmoil in the 1930s, which I think we all know how that worked out. So that was the only thing that kind of grabbed the attention of the public. But philosophically speaking, what was interesting is that in a number of different journals, in particular, the Monist, the Journal of Philosophy, and Erkenntnis, there was actually a lot of good reporting of what was going on during these congresses, including, on the one hand, in the Monist, there was an announcement, like a call for papers, that there was going to be a conference, and who was, of course, going to be involved. Shevich is listed here, of course, amongst others, like Charles Morris, Otto von Neurath, Maurice Schlick, Jorgensen. I can remember Jorgensen's first name from Norway, basically calling people to gather for this Congress. And over here on the right, we have also a listing of, for multiple pages in Erkenntnis, and I believe it was issue 5, volume 5, issue 6, I believe it was. And I put this one up on purpose because, of course, Nina Hosias and Linnebaum's paper is listed here, which is essentially, it's in French. I won't try and botch my French because I haven't practiced in many years, but basically is her paper on talking about the more formal or objective, is the objective theory of probability correct? And this is essentially it. So we know that she's thinking about matters of subjective probability, at least for the 35 conference. And amongst others are listed, of course, all the usual suspects. And then in the Journal of Philosophy, actually, sorry, I should also say that also in the Erkenntnis piece, there was actually a rundown reporting in multiple articles of what had occurred in the meeting and during the meeting. And then in Journal of Philosophy also. Sorry. Oh, Erkenntnis. Erkenntnis, I'm pretty sure, check my work though, volume 5, issue 6, 1936. Okay. But it's a really nice volume to give you a sense of what was going on and who said what and what was done. Now, I'm raising all of this historically because I'll get to the questions here shortly. I'm trying to figure out what was influencing, what was going on around Nina Hosias and Linnebaum to kind of promote, to do what she ultimately does in this other paper. So all of these things are really good resources for better understanding that history. So here's the paper. Lwowsko-Warszawska Psychologia Wynioskowań, induction, something vaguely approaching that. Sorry? Induction raisonnement. Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, so this is the paper that was brought to my attention, and in it is what appears to be a psychological experiment on probability and kind of prediction in ordinary non-philosophers, right? Which I'm going to go further and talk a little bit about here shortly. Oh, shoot, I skipped it. Okay, sorry, no, I didn't. Okay, so the questions that I have, so there's two things I wanted to do with this particular paper. So I'm going to focus on one paper, which is the historical questions here. And there's another paper too, which is on the experimental questions. The historical questions are the following, right? What role does Kazimierz Twardowski play in Hosias's decision to undertake this experiment? Now, there are three questions, right? Because it could be Twardowski, and then I'm also trying to think of the role that other members of the Lvov-Warsaw School play in her decision to undertake that experiment. And I also want to consider the role that the peers play, the peers who went to the 1935 Congress, and that role they play. I'll tell you a little bit more about that shortly. Now, independent of the historical questions, there are other questions, the experimental questions, and this is really the focus of my collaborative work, which I won't be going into today. But what we're doing, that is Vilios, Franciska, and I are doing, is we're taking seriously the methodology, which is extremely sophisticated in my mind, even for today's standards, even by today's standards, in experimental philosophy and psychology for that matter. And we're asking whether or not the results that she found, in fact, hold up today. In other words, we're asking the very important question that a lot of social psychologists and experimental philosophers are asking about whether or not her experiment replicates. Because if it replicates, it's a robust finding, at least according to contemporary standards. And then finally, of course, we are also interested in that very last question, which is, well, wait, what does this kind of experiment tell us about subjectivist or subjective theories of probability? And in particular, what does it tell us about hers? So I won't be going through the experimental questions, so I'm happy to respond to any question you might have about them, and really trying to focus on the historical question. So what is driving or motivating Hosias and Lindenbaum to perform this kind of experiment? Okay, first up, right? Did Hosias and Lindenbaum attend the Congress? I think it's unequivocally the case that it is true she did. And I take, this is Marta Schneider, her work on, I think is probably amongst the best, if not the best ever to have been done on Hosias and Lindenbaum's work. She admits in this very nice paper, Hosias and Lindenbaum on analogical reasoning, new sources, right? She says here, I'll read it to you because it's probably too small, right? Hosias attended all of the Unity of Science Congresses in the 1930s, except for the last one, which was in spite of the fact that she had been invited and having prepared a paper for it, in fact, and this was the 1939 Congress that took place in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the one that, in fact, Tarski attended, and that indeed, yes, he of course got stuck in the US, and that's a whole different story, but I'm happy to go through that also, of great interest. It's of great interest to me. This probably, if she had attended, would have perhaps saved her life if we want to think in counterfactuals here. Next, I have this. This is actually, somebody had just mentioned the Copenhagen, the second Unity of Science Congress. And I'm pretty sure that she's in the picture, but I don't know how to properly identify her in the picture. There are several, of course, women, as far as I can see. But again, that's just, I'm just kind of putting that in there, figuring if somebody did have the capability of identifying her in the picture, we could say that that's further confirmation that what Marta has claimed in that paper is true. And I have no reason to doubt her. All right. The other thing that's notable, and this is where I want to pick up some momentum with a possibility here as to why it is that Hosias and Lindenbaum took up the experiment, was there's been a lot of work on the debate that occurred at the 1935 Congress. Amongst them, of course, Jan Walensky talked about the debate that occurred on truth and semantics, which many people have claimed was the kind of defining moment of the Congress itself, wherein there was a heated debate amongst Tarski, Popper, Carnap, Neurath, Kokoszynska, and Arne Naess. Why I mention him is that Naess, at one point in this debate, mentions empirical data, experimental work that had been done on the nature of truth, work that he had done, in fact, in a lead up to his ultimate, what ends up being a 1938 monograph. And I mention this because if this is the kind of conversation that is going on at the Congress, it may have influenced Hosias and Lindenbaum to take up this experiment. Now, not only is Jan Walensky speaking about it, but also Paolo Mancosu has written a number of different articles and a rather long chapter in The Adventure of Reason, where he goes through the debate between these players. Of course, there's say Tarski, I think, let me make sure I get this right, Tarski and Carnap on one side, and Neurath, Tarski and Carnap and Kokosinska on one side, and then Neurath, Ness on the other. Yes, I think that's where the extent of it. And again, where Neurath and Ness, what they lean on is this experimental data and its importance in any kind of conception of truth. Now, okay, I'll leave that aside for now. Okay, Carnap himself, in his intellectual autobiography for the Schilp volume on the philosophy of Rudolf Carnap, also goes through the debate, talks about the debate and the role that, in fact, the experimental data had played in opposition to the position that he, Tarski, and Kokosinska had been, passionately arguing for. And it must have resonated well with Tarski, because he even mentions Ness's work in the 1944 paper. I believe it's footnote 30 on page 360 or somewhere thereabouts, that Ness really made him rethink. Now realize where that position is. It's not about the formal. I want to make sure I get clear on this, because we just had a conversation earlier about the semantic conception of truth. This is not a part of his formal understanding of a semantic conception of truth. These are the polemical sections, when he's really thinking about the ways in which, or the messiness really, of natural language, and the ways in which truth can be very messy in natural language. So he thinks that there's some good amount of work to be done on the experimental side of the coin, if we're talking about that messy side, but it will not give you the precision of a semantic conception of truth as he had put it in the 1932 paper and the early sections of the 44 paper. Okay, so the claim that I'm trying to make here is that it looks like the peers at the 35 Congress play a strong part in Hosius and Lindenbaum's taking up the experiments of that she ultimately talks about in the 35 notes mentioned earlier. Now I'm gonna try and retreat a little bit from that position. So first up, we have to understand that Hosius and Lindenbaum's subjective theory is one of two, at that time, different subjective theories. The other one, of course, is Frank Ramsey's theory. So they're both, that is Frank Ramsey and Hosius and Lindenbaum's theory are two subjectivist theories. I'm going to go further in that in just a second, but just keep that in mind for now. On the objective side, what's known as the objective or logical theory of probability, there was John Maynard Keynes on the one hand, and only recently have I discovered that, in fact, it looks like Jan Łukasiewicz was also a promoter of an objective / logical theory of probability. So that's rather new in my mind. I didn't come upon it until, like, as I'm departing New York. I was like, whoops, this is something I have omitted and need to say more about and think about. But these are the kind of two schools of thought within the theory of probability around the time. First up, what does it mean to be a logical theory of probability, or objective theory of probability? Well, it's just to say that the statement H, right? H is a probable to the degree of P given certain evidence. The probability of H is objective since its probability is independent of anyone's belief about the statement, right? And this is basically a rejection ultimately of subjectivism. Moreover, the truth of H isn't determined by relative frequencies. If H is true, it's true in the same way that it will rain tomorrow and it will be cloudy tomorrow, deductively imply it will rain tomorrow is true. So it's true in virtue of the meanings of the E, evidence, and H. Now, Jan Łukasiewicz, again, this is something that I'm only coming to very recently. said this, according to Lwowsko, given a formula P containing a free variable X ranging over a finite set V, the truth value of P is given by the ratio, the absolute value of W over the absolute value of V, where W is the set of all the elements W of V, such that P is made into a true sentence when W is substituted for X. Okay, now, I don't want to get too far down into the weeds with the objective theory, because what matters most, of course, is the subjective theory. Now, the subjective theory just allows for probabilities to be interpreted as degrees of belief of particular agents. All right? Now, Ramsey's view in a paper from 1926 that, of course, wasn't published until after his death, and I believe it was 31 originally. I could be wrong there. But basically, he upholds subjectivism and something known as the representation theorem, where an expected utility representation of an agent's choice behavior is derived from one's preferences alone. We can look at Hosias and Lindenbaum's work, at least what has been published in English, in Mind in the Journal of Symbolic Logic, looking at on confirmation and why do we prefer probabilities relative to many data, right? Basically, it is, let's call it largely the same, except for this element, right? She says there are different descriptions of events that include different pieces of evidence that are relevant to assessing how likely an event will occur. Right? So the probability of an event depends on the evidence relative to which we consider the event. Now, is there much space between Ramsey and Janina Hosias Lindenbaum? And I like to put this directly, this is exactly how it was published in her 1931 paper. Right? She says, I am greatly indebted for clearness on this question to an unpublished paper by Mr. F.P. Ramsey on truth and probability, which the kindness of Mr. Brathwaite has enabled me to read. Here's the important part. I had, however, previously thought independently on similar lines, which strikes me as saying, I was thinking about this long before I ever got Ramsey's draft paper into my hands, and that this is something I had been thinking about for a long time. Okay, now why am I raising this relative to the historical questions? Well, I'm raising it because if it was something that was banging around in her head, right? Maybe that's the way I like to think of a lot of my ideas, is something that's just banging around. Then it may be more likely that, in fact, she had been thinking about doing these experiments on non-philosophers long before she ever attended the 35 Congress, which is consistent with what you'd expect of someone who is a student of Twardowski, who is in the Brentanian tradition and thinking in terms of like descriptive psychology, where it's perfectly acceptable, it looks like, to perform certain psychological studies. Equally so, there are members of the Lvov-Warsaw School who go on to have illustrious careers in psychological sciences, performing the sorts of experiments that one might expect of work that would qualify as something like work in experimental philosophy nowadays, as we like to call it, or psychology proper in the middle to early to middle 20th century. Okay, so now let's look around the literature today. All right, so first up, obviously I've already mentioned that Janina Hosias Lindenbaum's experimental studies do exist. I have a question mark, do others exist? I haven't found them. I'm still on the hunt for them in case that there are. I will leave that as an open question. But more importantly, if you come up to date and you look at the contemporary experimental philosophy literature, in particular this nice paper that was recently a part of a volume called the Compact Compendium of Experimental Philosophy, which is kind of a meta analysis of the terrain in what's known as the experimental philosophy of logic and formal epistemology, in particular looking at conditionals. There's mention of a number of different studies on subjective probability and asking people for their views, not unlike what, in fact, Unionisasis and Lindenbaum did in the notes paper. Now, as a matter of fact, there are at least 25 sources, I think that's a very low estimate, in experimental philosophy that's cited by that particular piece. And all of them addressed questions of subjective probability, including reported data on Ramsey, what they call Ramsey or Ramsey-like subjectivism. And what is most overwhelmingly thought, like I can only think of as an egregious oversight, is that neither the article mentioned here, nor the cited articles, any of the cited articles, refer to Hosias and Lindenbaum's 1935 data, or for that matter, given that they don't have the capability of translating into Polish, or for that matter, Hosias and Lindenbaum's 1931 or 1940 piece, which are clearly available in English for these authors. This is a tragic oversight in my mind. And here's why, okay? Oh, this is, okay, it's too long, but I'll read it to you. Basically, here is Unionisasis and Lindenbaum's methodology. She writes, so basically the participants in the study include 10 students in middle school at about age 16. They had before them a small urn that they knew contained several equally sized white or blue balls in an unknown proportion. In fact, the urn contained only blue balls. This is for study 1, okay, so that will change as the time goes on. The experiment in question was preceded by several others in which the proportion of white and blue marbles was known to the participants, but in these experiments, the urn never contained only white or only blue marbles. So now the idea was, okay, I'm trying to tell you how to do this. That's an awesome way of training up your respondents. That's very sophisticated for the time. She said, I shook the covered urn several times, pulled out one marble at random, showed it to the students, named its color aloud, and then placed the marble back in the urn. Before each marble was pulled out, each participant placed a bet on one of the colors, writing B for white, yeah, or N for blue. The color term blue is escaping me. Thank you. Okay, sorry. I had it in my head before I got here. I didn't remove a marble until I had verified that all participants had placed a bet. I had my neighbors check each other. The participants were committed to every color guess because for each correct answer, they received 1 point, 0 points for an incorrect answer, which they wrote next to their answer. I announced that the points I had would be counted after the experiment was completed and that a prize would be prepared for the person with the highest total points. I drew 15 times, okay? So that's the methodology. That's very sophisticated. Okay, let's just be absolutely clear on this. Right, yeah, yes. So here are the results. Now, she doesn't tell the respondents this time what the proportion is of white to blue balls, right? So they just know that there's a proportion, or they think there's a proportion, so to speak. In study 1, she just has all of them be blue balls, okay? And what occurs is, you'll notice here, right, is that the number of votes, the number of answers for white on the top, B, and number of answers or results for blue on the bottom, right? You'll notice it takes to basically the 9th time the realization amongst the crowd that, oh, it's all blue. All right? That's basically what this says, by the way. And in the second experiment, the second study, she just converts it. Now it's only white. Well, again, B and N here, white and blue. It takes respondents only basically to number 6, for the 6th hole, so to speak, that it's all the same color, all right? So for 3 and 4, what she's going to do is she's now going to put in different proportions the number of balls into the urn. She's not gonna tell them what the, wait, sorry, I'm gonna make sure I get this right. No, she tells them the proportion. She tells them the proportion of how many white to blue balls there are. So 7 white balls and 10 blue balls, okay? For study 3, and 6 white and 12 for study 4. This is where things get Oh, no, wait, no, she doesn't tell them. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. She doesn't tell them. She does not tell them, right? So just like with study 1 and 2, she does not tell them how many the proportion is. Yeah. So no, yeah, let me get that super clear. Sorry, I messed that up. Let me try that again. For study 3 and 4, she does not tell the proportion. She just says, going back to her methodology, right, that, let me see,
an experiment in the second, I'm sorry, because I work in Spain with this paper
Yeah.
a lot, so.
Oh, cool.
In the second experiment, she does tell them, she doesn't the proportion, not the proportion, so.
She does tell them.
Yeah, it does. To say that they learn from the experiments, and one was actually about showing that irrational.
Yes, yeah, you're right. No,
If
no,
the numbers are small, so this, I'm sorry for jumping.
They're cool.
It's quite important to say that they know the proportion.
They do the proportion
They
here.
know the proportions.
Okay, cool. All right, for 3 and 4. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Because that's one of the things I was unclear of. So, okay, so they know the proportion, but you're right, right? Is that, okay, there's, so the, again, sorry, I should say that, so study 4, there's a bit of a change in the way that the points are allotted, right? So for study 4, they said, for guessing the result B, as white, right? The student would get 2 points. For guessing N, that is blue, only 1 point. If they bet on B white for the result that where it's blue, they get 0 points. And in the opposite situation, so where they choose B, but it comes out white, they get -1. Yeah, great. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, so you absolutely are right, that what this shows, what these results show, is something very interesting, because as people see, like, N comes out, even though, right, they see N comes out, and people who are responding blue, sorry, no, I'm pulling this back. So when blue comes out, right, and people who are answering white, they will expect that the next hole is going to be the opposite color. It's basically, and I'll let her do the work here rather than me, right? It's basically this. So we see that even before the first drawing, 5 students bet on white. According to Ramsey's theory, it should be concluded that these students believed more strongly in the outcome white than blue, even though they knew that the ratio of marbles, there we go, that's right, yeah, good. White to blue is 7 to 10. However, it seems to me that by believing more strongly in the outcome blue than white, they were not betting, i.e. that were not acting rationally, right? And that's exactly what's going on here, right? And so basically it's this: when the draw was white, respondents would guess blue on the successive draw and vice versa. And this was irrationality well known from casino games, right? I mean, she nails it, right? And so hopefully that's the right translation. Check my work. So, you know, basically it's the same thing with the study 4 discussion, right? Here we don't have even a single case of a predominance of answer white, even though the mathematical hope, and that was something I didn't understand, we'll talk more, white is percentage, and blue only Y3, which I didn't understand, meaning that it was rational to always bet on white. However, the students did not know the principle of probability, and even if they had known it, they might not have had time to calculate it. The vigilance or instinct of subconscious does not guarantee rationality in this respect, right? ... As long as the respondent. Oops.
Were the balls replaced between each drawing, or?
Oh, in different proportions. That was the other.
Yeah, they were. So
They put it back in.
every
Yep,
turn,
yep.
just-
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yep. So it remains the same for each one. Yep. Yep. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. No, it doesn't. They don't come out and stay out. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. As long as the respondent had never dealt with probability calculus, the results were similar to those described above. That they showed errors of irrationality. Okay, so when I first read this paper, my head melted because I realized that she had anticipated pretty much every piece of work in psychology from the 1950s onwards. Because right, think about it, it's work on gambler's fallacy, it's work on waste and selection task, right? Because if you look at study 1 and 2 versus studies 3 and 4, right, we're really good at detecting deception. What we're not good at detecting what the next successive step is going to be in a certain case of judgment under uncertainty, right? I mean, waste and selection, Kahneman, Tversky, right? I mean, this all kind of came together as like realizing just how important this particular experiment is. So, I mean, my thinking now is that whereas I thought originally that it must have been her peers, like having a conversation with someone like Arne Næss, and Arne Næss turning her on to the idea of experimentation, I actually think it was a much deeper story to be told relative to the history, which comes out of Twardowski and other members of Lvov-Warsaw School. So that's kind of where I want to leave it, and just come up with some objections and challenges. I think that one might just say to me that, well, Hsias and Lindenbaum's experiment was a novel means of thinking about and commenting upon subjective probability. I think that's well and true. But the challenge might say her contribution is independent of any influence. Twardowski, LWS members, and peers included. I mean, to a certain extent, true, right? But I think Twardowski's flirtation with descriptive psychology may have been a contributing factor, and certainly others in the Lvov-Warsaw School who were aligned with psychological science could have mattered too. So I'm just going to kind of keep pushing that home. A second person, someone else might say that Hsias and Lindenbaum, what she found in those experiments, those studies, are irrelevant today. I think that can only be determined by actually performing the replication like myself and Vilios are going to be doing or are doing, is underway. And if we replicate the studies, I think this tells us a lot about subjective probability on whether or not people act just as irrationally today as they did then. My guess is that's yes. If we don't replicate the studies, well, then that's going to be something of interest as well, to see what kind of the findings are there. So it all, I guess, will always have Paris in the sense that it was clearly something on her mind as far as the subjective probability at this particular Congress, and I think that these notes are valuable to the history of the Lvov-Warsaw School, probably to the history of psychology for that matter, because I think much of the methodology and what she's done needs to be promoted amongst all of those folks as well. So, dziękuję. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, cool. Start. Bitte.
Thank you. Great. And this is really interesting. And gosh, doesn't my estimation of this woman keep going up? Just a tiny little footnote. It's not a correction or anything. It's just an addition. For the objective theory of probability.
Oh yeah.
Look at Bolzano.
Oh, okay.
Łukasiewicz cites him. And von Wright has a paper about, or a chapter about the Bolzano-Wittgenstein theory of probability, because Wittgenstein's theory is very similar to Bolzano's. I don't think they're the same, but they're very closely related.
Excellent. That's excellent. Thank you. Yeah, that would be perfect. I was also I was told to send you my regards from Sandra Lepon. And I will certainly be, how should we say, talking with her about Bolzano. Okay, will do. Thank you.
As I told you, I already deal with the paper quite a lot. And one thing I want to mention, I mean, nearly all of, there are a lot of people from the Warsaw School that deal with philosophy of psychology and also experimental psychology. And the paper you just described nicely in your talk is actually appeared in Festschrift to Witwicki. So,
okay.
I mean, I cannot say that it's like completely inspired in Witwicki, because you know the paper in the beginning there is this description of psychology, and there is that we will not deal with this introspection because due to the reason that they discuss it. And I'm not sure whether Witwicky will be very glad about this refusal of introspection. Maybe I'm not very familiar with this, but you know, those people from descriptive psychology, they sometimes dealt with introspection. But there were a great deal of psychologists here in Warsaw that were part of the Warsaw School, and she was definitely a student of Witwicky because she contributed to this fest shrift, and she probably knows the other. So,
Nice.
so that's one thing. And another thing is because, as I told you, I read a paper about this, and when I discussed this with Marta Schneider, definitely I recommended to get in touch with her because she knows a lot about her. She told me that she found here in the library this paper that was actually dedicated by Hosiason to Tarski, and in the dedication there's written that is the only paper that I didn't write with your help.
Really?
So
Okay,
that's just.
That is very.
But this is Marta Schneider's discovery, not mine.
Yeah. No, it's okay. That's outstanding. Sorry, I'm writing this down.
There are better specialists in Witwicky here among us, but as far as I know, Witwicky did not appreciate introspection so much as Twardowski. He preferred this objective method, namely the methods of results of our actions. So he looked at the products, the products of arts, the products, signs of our bodies, and he tried to guess what is the psyche based on this products. Okay?
So it actually may be like
it could be it could be written for make something make pleasant make Witwicky pleasant Okay.
I just want to say one thing back because I'm curious, and we should have further conversations about this because I didn't know of your paper on this. My apologies.
because it's been a process like 2 years.
Oh, is it? Okay. Fair enough. Fair. But I'm really those early sections of that work were some heavy duty kind of work on Piaget and what's the raspy. Yeah. Sorry. So she's very much aware of the children's developmental psychology literature.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And still, it was not a time that psychology and philosophy was so split as it is today. So it was not so weird.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So once again, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, and it would be great to come smoothly to Zuzanna's paper. Yes. Zuzanna's paper. Zuzanna represents University of Ostrava, and she's our close collaborator for many years now. And she will present today her new study. As far as I know, it is prepared for the special issue of the journal that we are going to prepare, journal for the history of analytical philosophy, about the relations between the Lvov-Warsaw School and Anglo-American analytic philosophy. And the paper is entitled, it concerns Stuart Mill and Janina Koterbinska, and particular title is The Plea for Moderation, in which sense John Stuart Mill inspired Janina Koterbinska.
Thank you very much. I just had to find out how to make the. Sorry. Just to make it like a full screen, and then to make it available for all. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. How I'm visible, but anyway. Thank you very much for the introductions and for the occasion to be here. I'm very glad that I could present my research and I could follow for a very great talk of Joe that was on another representative of Lwowsko-Warszawska School and then a women representative. And I will talk about Janina Koterbinska, and in which sense, in which parts of her research she was inspired by John Stuart Mill. I will just stick on textual evidence because there may be several other ways, several other parts in her work where she also was inspired, but she didn't write it directly. Yeah, that's so. I will talk today about Janina Kotar-Bińska and John Stuart Mill, and mainly about Janina Kotar-Bińska. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce her, even though I suppose not all of them know who is Janina Kotar-Bińska or Nina Sternberg. And then I will talk about 3 parts of her work in which I identified some traces from John Stuart Mill's work. What I want to mention at the beginning, John Stuart Mill most important to Kotar-Bińska. Marian Przelenski, who wrote a foreword to Kotar-Bińska collective work, write that he was mainly one of the most important author for her, and she also wrote several papers about his contribution to philosophy, in which she analyzed his contribution, although sometimes criticized. But I will not talk about those papers. I will just talk about her philosophical views, her ideas that were supported by some of Mill's ideas, some of Mill's thoughts. And so those 3 will be inductivism. It means using inductive method in science. The second one will be metaphysical hypothesis and their place in empirical sciences. And lastly, I will talk about applicability of formal methods in philosophy. This structure is more or less historical, but it also grows in how much she was influenced by John Stuart Mill. So in the first one, there will be just a little bit, then it will be more important, and lastly, he is mentioned as one of the main person who actually inspired her. So, just briefly, Janina Kotar-Bińska, as you probably know, she is a member of the Lvov-Warsaw School, one of the most important representatives. She was born here in Warsaw, but during First World War, her family moved to Volhynia, which is now in Ukraine. She started to study in University of Kiev, but due to financial reasons, she had to cease to study there, and so she then moved to Warsaw back and studied here at the University of Warsaw, and she finished her doctoral degree here in 2027. As you can see, even in her dissertation, she was interested in Mill, and she compared his contribution with the one of Emil Meyerson. I mean, another important philosopher of science of that time. He is not important anymore, as far as I know. She is also one of the 2 women that obtained habilitation from the Lwowsko School before the Second World War. She was the second one. First one was Maria Osowska, and her habilitations concerns indeterminism, and she focused on indeterminism in physics, biology, and in humanities. A broad understanding, because she discussed also psychology among humanities, which will not be the case today. And actually, when we are talking about her habilitation, later in my talk, I will mention again this indeterminism in biology, because in this part, she also deals with metaphysical hypothesis. Because she was Jewish during Second World War, she had a hard time. She escaped a ghetto, and then she covered her identity using another name, Janina Kamińska. She was imprisoned anyway, and due to the fact that she was a teacher at a clandestine university, it means the university that was underground, she was sent to a concentration camp, but she survived probably because they didn't discover her Jewish origin. After the war, she was employed at the University of Łódź, because Warsaw, as you may know, was destroyed during Warsaw Uprising. And when the Warsaw University was rebuilt, she returned here to Warsaw and began her career here, firstly as docent, habilitation person, but later she obtained professorship. She is now known mainly as Janina Kotarbińska because she married Tadeusz Kotarbiński, who was previously her supervisor, her professor. Then she collaborated a lot with him, and when he widowed, she became his second wife. So, in a nutshell, it's Janina Kotarbińska. What I also want to mention when I'm here in this slightly historical part of my talk, in her life there are like two, not so separate, but different parts of her main scope. In the interval period, she was mainly interested in philosophy of science, and after the Second World War, her work concerns mainly semantics, semiotics, and philosophy of language. It's not like that she didn't discuss philosophy of science afterward, but it was not so important to her. And if you see my topics, also you can see that the last one is more about logic and philosophy of language than the previous one that concerns philosophy of science, and she began to deal with them in the interval period. So, as I told you, I will talk about 3 topics. The first one is inductivism. This term is actually, I adopted this term from her own paper. She applied the paper in actually 1962, which is an exception of my rule, because this paper, Deductivism and Inductivism, is actually written after the Second World War. And in the paper, she again touched the Popper's view on philosophical methodology and discuss his preference of deductive methods. But firstly, she discussed this topic in 1935 when she wrote a review on Popper's famous book, Logik der Forschung. In the paper, as you probably know, Popper tried to vindicate the deductive method and was quite hostile to inductive methods in empirical sciences. And Hosiasson, in her review, pointed out this hostility and this revolutionary character of Popper's work. Namely, she focused on the fact that he wants to eliminate the inductive methods from methodology of empirical sciences. He doesn't seem to see induction as something which is fruitful to empirical sciences. She pointed out especially 2 objections that Popper formulated against induction. Firstly, and this one will be more important to me because the first actually concern Mill, as you will see in a few minutes. Popper claimed that inductive method is problematic because we don't have some basic, some grounding for it. If the basic axioms were actually a priori, it means deductive, then the inductive method actually will not be inductive as such. It will be some weird mixture of induction and deduction, and probably it will be deduction at all. If we want to claim that the basic law of inductions are actually empirical, then we had to ask what are the basic laws of these basic laws, and again and again and again, and then we have this regressus ad infinitum. To this, Kotarbińska answered that there are, of course, no such laws like deductive laws in inductions, but we can have some rules, some regulations, how to deal with deductions. And now here's the Mill. She pointed out that we have something like that actually. For instance, Mill canons. Popper also objected that induction doesn't provide any justifications, and deduction is better because if we prove via deduction that the theory is not true, then we can refuse it entirely. But Kotarbińska proposed to his answer, pointing out that his concept of empirical hypothesis in empirical sciences is not valid and is not correct in the use. But in the second objection, she didn't use Mill. If you have read the second paper from 1962 that I already mentioned, Kotarbińska mentioned just this second objection. So in the second paper, Mill doesn't appear anymore. So here is just the minimum inspiration. I hope that in a minute you can see that there's some further and more profound inspiration in the second problem, and it's a place of metaphysical hypothesis in science. Kotarbińska actually discussed this issue in two of her papers. First is zagadnienia, wyjaśnienia zjawisk, the issue of explanations of natural phenomena, and so on. And the second one, as I told you previously, is based on her habilitation thesis and is the issue of indeterminism in contemporary biology. It's important to mention both of these papers because the concept of metaphysical hypothesis in both of them differs. In first of those papers, the metaphysical hypotheses are analyzed more deeply, and Kotarbińska is more, more open to their presence in empirical sciences. In the second one, she still supports their existence. She wouldn't like to exclude it entirely from empirical sciences, but her place in empirical sciences is much more minimal than it's in the first one. So if I go to the first one, as I told you, the paper actually concerns the metaphysical hypothesis, so their analysis is quite profound there. She pointed out that if we are talking about metaphysical hypothesis, we can have several approaches to them. We can adopt approach of radical positivism, like Auguste Comte or Ernst Mach, or we can be more moderate, like John Stuart Mill. And there are also some other approaches from those who were then important philosophers of science, like Poincaré, Sittard, or Gibbons, that told that both metaphysical and empirical thesis could be used as an explanation of phenomenon. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you what is the first and second position. The first position is radical. It means no metaphysical hypothesis in empirical science at all. The second one, which is Mill's, is, well, empirical hypotheses are better in empirical sciences, but we don't always have them. So if there is metaphysical hypothesis and we don't have a good empirical one, we can use the metaphysical one. And you can see that the two others are even more open to metaphysical hypothesis, even though the paper that Kotarbińska wrote concerns the issues that the proponents of radical positivism found on metaphysical hypothesis, and she refuted them scrupulously in her paper. At the beginning, it seems that she didn't support the third or the fourth approach to metaphysical hypothesis, but the one that was formulated by Mill. But she is very radical concerning the first one, the radical positivism, that would like to banish metaphysical hypothesis at all. But you can see that they are not metaphysical hypotheses that she would like to eliminate from science, but rather the fact that there is this postulate to eliminate empirical hypothesis from science. In the second paper that concerns indeterminism in biology, her main target, or the authors who represents the radical positions, are not positivists anymore, like Comte or Mach, but her targets are representatives of Vienna Circle. So the scopes and all the place of metaphysical hypotheses and their explanations differs a bit, because in the Vienna Circle they were not focused on usefulness as such. They would rather thought about the fact that these statements are meaningless because they do not have any representations in our work. We are talking about metaphysical hypotheses. And in the paper, if you look at it, her main arguments are even also against this rather radical view, because she pointed out that not just hypotheses, metaphysical or empirical, or rather metaphysical hypotheses in empirical sciences are somehow unbounded in the real world, but we can also have laws of science as such. And since at least the end of 19th century, scientists and also philosophers were aware that the laws we formulated about nature, the scientific laws, actually are not. We are approximating. We are just try to grasp how the world around us works, but we are not completely sure that we are right. We formulate those laws, so their representation is also quite problematic. So she pointed out that if they want to exclude hypotheses, they had to exclude the laws of nature too, and they are usually not open to do that. But her main target were not the representatives of Vienna Circle, but mainly Drich, who was a biologist and formulated his hypothesis of entelechy that she didn't want to have in science, in biology at all, and she had pointed out the weaknesses of this hypothesis and its use. So she admits that we can have metaphysical hypotheses in empirical sciences, but there should be mainly like a guideline. They shouldn't be taken as a serious hypothesis as those based on our experience. And finally, as I told you, the main inspiration of John Stuart Mill is in her discussions of applicability of formal methods in philosophy. This is based on a famous paper that, which title is more or less the same. I'm very grateful to Anna, who sent me her paper about this great paper, which is in English. And this paper is actually really great. I was surprised that it was not so discussed previously, even though it's translated, so it's available to all the world, and it's nicely written. It's as far as I know her, she is very scrupulous in her analytical reconstruction of the issue. And in the paper, she's basically dealing with an issue: how to use formal methods in philosophy. And she differentiated two positions. One is reconstructionism, which covers the people who try to use more or less the formal methods in philosophy, and another one is descriptionism, and this is the methods that are rather hostile to formal methods in philosophy. You can see the representatives of there may be a problem with the computer. Oh. I'm sorry, but the other guys are those that are hostile to use of formal methods in philosophy. As you can see, the representatives of those are like Wittgenstein or members of the School of Ordinary Language. So she focused mainly on their arguments against the formal methods in philosophy, and yeah. So, oops, that's the correct one. Yeah, that's the correct one. So what, according to Hosiasson, the descriptionists argue is that we cannot use formal methods because when they, for instance, thought about definitions in ordinary language or in natural language, we don't fix the term. If we are trying to fix the term, we lose all the other meanings that are used in our language. We are deprived of this richness, and if we try to squeeze our rich ordinary language into narrow shells of formal language, we had to approximate it, and we're losing some features of the language. And sometimes we also misinterpret some issues. Kotarmiska argue that it's some reason. They have some reason in their talk, but on the other hand, they are too radical, and sometimes they even, if they describe those views of representationists, meaning those who try to use formal methods in philosophy, they build something like a straw man. They described their their views so radically that they are not, you can not really find the author who actually think in this way. And what she pointed out, and this was something that was similar like in her treatment of inductionism and also metaphysical hypothesis, I'm sorry, that we should be more moderate. She was aware that sometimes there are some places where formal methods can be used, but there are many issues in philosophy that they can be used. And for instance, if you want to try to fix the meaning of the terms, we should do that because sometimes we cannot do without a fixed meaning. And she stressed the Mill's approach to the issue, who tried to define the terms and language, but his definition should not. He pointed out that the definition should be rooted in the way how the term is actually used in everyday language, and we can then refine the term. We can use it then, but we should respect the natural or ordinary language. So she highlighted this position. She called this position moderate reductionism. Apart from Mill, she also mentioned Rudolf Carnap, who is a representative of this approach. Anna mentioned in her paper that there may be several representatives of Lvov-Warsaw School that could be mentioned in this place, but she didn't mention them for several reasons. But she clearly wrote that Mill is one of those who did it in this way, and you can actually find in his system of logic precise description how we actually should formalize in this way. So I hope that I'm not too long and there will be some discussion. So just to conclude, I would like to show you 3 parts of Janja Hosiasson-Lindenbaum's work where we can trace some inspiration or even influence by John Stuart Mill, and it was namely the methodology of science, her preference of induction, and refusal of deductive methods, approval of metaphysical hypotheses, and moderate approach to applicability of logical methods. My title is Plea for Moderation, because it seems to me that in all of these 3 points, she was arguing for a moderate approach to philosophical issues. She was always against radical views of her of contemporary philosophers, or sometimes even of some philosophers that were actually in the history of philosophy. So those is my literature. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope there will be some questions. Or
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Can you say a little bit about the concept of explanation that Kotovinska would have inherited from Meyerson?
I mean, she didn't inherit it. The thesis was actually, she analyzed the concept of explanation in John Stuart Mill and in Emil Meyerson. So I wouldn't think that she would like to, because Meyerson would to her, and I would say to many of other representatives of Lwowsko-Warszawska School, be representatives of the approach how not to do that.
Sure.
So the thing is that I didn't. I read the paper like 2 or 3 months ago, but I didn't think that there's something she like really appreciated on him. And this is not. I wouldn't say that this particular thesis is like explanation of her own views. This is like more like analysis of some others' views.
But can you say a little bit about the concept of like what concept of explanation she was working with? Maybe inherited is the wrong term, but she's not a descriptivist, so she doesn't think of explanation as, say, a relationship among descriptions.
You
is
mean
it inferential only? Is it
You mean the model of explanation she used in her philosophy of science? Thank you for your questions. I'm not sure whether I will be good to answer it properly, because I didn't focus on it in this paper, and when I work on my previous one, which was on the women, and this is quite something which is like 5 or 6 months ago. So I'm not sure, but I would say that in explanation she followed the Lvov-Warsaw School. So it means she tried to, when she, what I remember has her work on laws of science, or empirical sciences. And in this way, she tried to analyze the concept, laws of empirical science, the law of science in empirical, laws of empirical sciences. That was the concept. She wanted to analyze it. She formalized the concept, and then she described the use in the use of several other authors. And in the end, she proposed her own view on the issue, which was mainly based on like classical view of that time, especially in Warsaw School and in Kotarbiński, I would say. But
Okay,
so this was not. So when she do in her work, she usually do the historical analysis or analysis of some work, and then there was her conclusion if it was not like completely historical work. But I'm not sure if I answer your question. I'm sorry.
Well, so it sounds like Kotarbińska is not thinking about it as any particular type of either inferential relationship among descriptions as relata, or some other kind of non-inferential relationship.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer your questions, because as I told you, it's quite a long time since I wrote this paper, and I don't want to say something which is not true. So
I also not sure, but
Yeah.
First of all, she was very careful, so she would not like to commit to any particular conception. And secondly, I think that explanation was generally in the Warsaw School just considered as one of types of reasonings, yeah?
Yeah.
And we have to consider it as one types of reasoning. The conception of reasoning was introduced by Twardowski, then developed to the whole theory by Łukasiewicz, then it was modified by Kotarbiński, by Czyżowski, and I think just explanation is kind of reasoning by and of course the inference relation is essential there. So of course there should be some inferential relation between explanatum and explanans.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for this talk. I really enjoy the talk. It was really clear, so I learned a lot. But I have 2 questions. So the one is about the backstory, why meal was so popular among members of the Lvov-Warsaw School, because, you know, it's not obvious choice at the beginning of 20th century, right? There were so many things happening over there. So what is the backstory? And the second question, do you know any member of the Lvov-Warsaw School who was interested in James Mill?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So to answer your first question, it's not just actually the member of Warsaw School, because as I told you, I previously focused on women in Central Europe. I compared this Czech philosopher of science to those women in Poland, and all of them appreciated Mill. It seems to me, especially in the philosophy of science, it was the case that he was not so radical as was Auguste Comte, as was Ernst Mach, and although to some extent the people who are in a Vienna circle. And as I remember, but it's not just in Kotarbińska, it's also in another female representatives that I studied, and also in this Dratová, which is from Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. Then they also studied not just philosophers, but they studied also scientists of that time. And in science, you know, this was relativist theory, it was quantum mechanics. The things were wild, and there were so many uncertainties. Causality was attacked, and maybe the Mill's like moderate, reasonable scientific approach was something that maybe inspired them. And he was quite appreciated. Actually, Anna first suggested me to write about all these Mill women, how Mill inspired them, but I choose like a way of less less restriction, because if the Kotarbińska guys inspired the most, I would
Yes,
say.
I think that was a great choice. If I can add something here. Well, Mill appears in in Twardowski's habilitation on first sides, okay, of it, when he introduces the concept of names and meaning of names, okay, connotation, denotation, okay, and he draws this similarity between concepts, yeah, content and object of concept, and denotation and connotation in Mills. So Mills was something inherited, yeah, from Twardowski, and Kotarbiński wrote, as far as I remember, his PhD concerned John Stuart Mill's ethics. Yeah, Alexandra, do you remember? I'm not sure about it, but I'm almost sure. I may check it in our database now. But so Mill was really important for the first generations. I'm just curious why Mill was not so important in the UK at that time as he was in Poland. Yeah? Perhaps Peter has some hypothesis.
There is a story about this. There is a funny time lag between the reception of different movements in philosophy in Britain and in the continent, particularly Britain and Germany. And I think it was partly due just to language barriers. But by the time, first of all, from the middle, if not earlier, of the 19th century, the German idealists like Schelling and Hegel were definitely out, and the interest in empirical science was much stronger. So you get people like Kirchhoff and Helmholtz, who are interested in philosophy of science, but are mainly thinking along empiricist lines. And in particular, the most recent British empiricist was Mill. At the same time as this was going on, Mill was being replaced in British philosophy by German idealism. So you get a kind of back to Hegel movement with people like, obviously, Bradley and Bosanquet and various other people. And it wasn't really until Russell came along in the sort of beginning of the 20th century, Russell and Moore, that you get something more like a closer link between what was going on the continent and what was going on in Britain, because, I mean, Russell was just fluent in German and so on. And I think the fact was that the Poles were certainly the Polish school from Twardowski inherited the dislike, intense dislike, even hatred of Hegel and to a certain extent Kant from Brentano, and we're just carrying on looking for alternatives. And we shouldn't forget, of course, that Brentano's main work was called Psychologie vom empirischen Standpunkt. Now, it's not necessarily experimental, but it's certainly based on empirical experience. So I think the Poles had kind of taken on a little bit of their Austrian background at a time at which Mill was, until at least Russell and other people came along, Mill was not de rigueur in Britain. And the thing that did for Mill later on was that once people learnt to do logic properly in the wake of Peano and Frege and Russell, they realized that Mill's logic was incredibly old-fashioned and so wasn't worth taking seriously. What they might have done, of course, was to take his philosophy of language more seriously, which I think certainly was happening in Poland at the time. Twardowski was part of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, Kotarbiński wrote his PhD about Mill's and Spencer's ethics. So for sure, also Kotarbiński influenced his future wife to concentrate.
Student then.
Yeah, then student. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, thank you. According to your second question, I don't think I don't think I ever see something like that. But I am focused in my just niches part, so there could be plenty of inspiration, but I'm not sure just aware of it. Thank you for this.
There's one other small detail I forgot, which is that Twardowski and Łukasiewicz translated Hume's inquiry into Polish.
Yeah.
So they were obviously interested in spreading the word, at least for discussion purposes, of Hume's mature work on reason to a Polish audience.
Thank you.
Very.
I think that this presence of mill is also the consequence of the simply Brentanian tradition, because a lot of people from the Lvov-Warsaw School refer to mill, including Ajdukiewicz, and this is present everywhere in those discussions. And Brentano also discussed the mill's ideas, and other people from the Brentano school, and also Husserl discussed mill. So I think this is like the mill came to Poland not from England, Great Britain, but from Austria. I think Professor Simons already said something like that. And I think Kotarbiński wrote, I think, more things on mill also. So there's just a small comment.
Thank you.
Just to follow your answer to the first question, it's really interesting that female scholars were interested in Mill more than male scholars, maybe because of his liberalism and liberal ideas. So maybe his support to the women movement. Do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
This is just a loose idea,
I'm
but
sure.
it was quite interesting.
I don't have evidence for something like that. Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think maybe more to what Alexandra said, that he was just popular in all Warsaw School. I think is that I just focused on women in my research, and they usually their argument were usually targeted against Vienna Circle, and they pointed out to male, which approach they found like more reasonable, but not always. I mean, I mentioned that Kotarbińska wrote several papers on male, and in some of them she criticized, for instance, his laws or law of his concept of law of nature, some features of it. So they was not like completely appreciated, but I think they appreciated him a lot.
Okay, great. Last one, okay?
Yeah, I'm sure that we've done.
I'm curious to know if, like at the time, Mendelian genetics and various forms of kind of formalizing evolutionary theory in terms of like Bateson, right? I'm not sure if you've heard that. I'm kind of curious, was there anything bouncing around in Kotarbińska's work on these kind of formal / statistical analyses of biology? I mean, just kind of in the kind of blank.
Could you please ask again, because I was not able to
I was just kind of curious whether in Kotarbińska's work you found anything to do with Bateson or Pearson, who were kind of formalizing or statistically analyzing some of the findings in biology. And the reason why I ask is because, of course, the logic is certainly in the air. So why not think about statistical analysis? I mean.
Thank you for your question. In which time they did this formalization? When did they formalize the?
Would have been probably between 1915 and 22.
Oh, but it was written before the
Maybe.
Second World War.
Yeah.
Kotarbińska studied it before the Second World War, so it was much earlier. Yeah, am I sure?
Yeah, I don't think I remember something. There could be something, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, but thank you for your question anyway.
Okay.
So, you mentioned Kotarbińska's critique of the descriptionists, but that was mostly like the later Wittgenstein and the Oxford Analytic. Did she ever mention William Stace, who in the 1920s was also kind of interested in Mill as well, and was promoting this kind of descriptionism before the later Wittgenstein?
Well, Thank you for the question. I'm not sure. I don't think so. It's nothing that do it like grabs my attention. So I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Thanks once more. Thanks, Ivana. Okay, and now we are moving to our last talk before lunch break. Professor Amadeusz Cietlak from Polish Academy of Sciences. Of Science, sorry, because of Sciences is in Krakow. Yeah, of Science.
Of nauk.
No, yeah, so Sciences, yeah, Polish Academy. What's the official English name? You are not sure. Of Sciences. Okay, so I was correct. Okay, so Professor Amadeusz Cietlak from Polish Academy of Sciences. Amadeusz recently published a book about psychology in the Lwów-Warsaw School, and we will hear today about some aspects presented in this book. The title of Professor's paper is, in English, it is Religious and Political Discourse in the Light of Władysław Witwicki's Theory of Kratism, but Professor will speak in Polish with English slides, yeah? Możesz tutaj, proszę bardzo. And in Polish, the title Sąd, dyskus religijny i polityczny w świetle teorii kratyzmu. Proszę tu mikrofon.
Jest mikrofon z tej strony.
Jakkolwiek będzie działał. Ale jeszcze tylko slajdy, tak żeby się spróbujemy.
Ale to nie jest ode mnie. Więcej in. Tak. 130 lat. I PowerPoint, tak. Okej. O, jest bardzo elegancko.
Dostępny jeszcze przez Zoom.
No, to są nasi uczestnicy w innych miejscach.
Okay, I hope everybody can see and hear our speaker. Let's start.
Thank you very much for this invitation to this conference and the opportunity to present my research on Władysław Witwicki's theory of Kratism. This is the most popular and original Polish psychological theory, but almost completely forgotten in Polish literature, psychological literature, and completely unknown in world psychological discourse. I will present, my presentation will be in English. I will be talking Polish. I hope you will understand everything what I would explain. A tu nie idzie?
Już.
Tutaj, okej. The first part, ta pierwsza część będzie dotyczyła religijnego dyskursu. The second part is about the political discourse. But at the beginning, I will explain something about this theory, the main thesis of this theory. Tak jak większość z nas, chyba wszyscy wiemy, no, teoria kratyzmu powstała w tym nurcie psychologii deskryptywnej bardziej, takiej interpretatywnej. I w tym całym nurcie wśród tych psychologów szkoły lwowsko-warszawskiej no, Władysław Witwicki wyróżniał się w sposób szczególny. Jego teorie były wyjątkowo oryginalne. No, można im oczywiście zarzucić wiele takich niekonsekwencji czy niejasności, ale nie ulega wątpliwości, że teoria kratyzmu Witwickiego była najbardziej oryginalną teorią psychologiczną, Oczywiście teoria czynności wytworów Twardowskiego jest też jedną, to chyba najbardziej znaczącą teorią, ale ona jest filozoficzno-psychologiczną teorią. Można by nawet ją umieścić pomiędzy, tak, between psychology and philosophy. Natomiast teoria kratyzmu jest wyraźnie stricte teorią psychologiczną. No niestety nigdy nie została wykorzystana w praktyce. Pierwsze próby, które podjął sam Witwicki, to były przede wszystkim próby stworzenia takich kratycznych psychobiografii. Pierwszą z nich jest najbardziej znaną w literaturze polskiej, jest psychobiografia Sokratesa, która jest w zasadzie pierwszą psychobiografią na świecie, ponieważ ona została, te pierwsze tezy tej psychobiografii pojawiły się już w 1909 roku, a jak Państwo być może wiecie, jako pierwsza jest uznawana psychobiografia Zygmunta Freuda, psychobiografia Leonarda da Vinci, napisana przez Zygmunta Freuda i opublikowana w 1910 roku, więc można by się pokusić o takie stwierdzenie, że tutaj Witwicki był prekursorem takich prac. Druga, mniej znana, ale też bardzo ciekawa, kontrowersyjna psychobiografia Jezusa, opublikowana w literaturze polskiej, w języku polskim dopiero po wojnie, ale była pisana w czasie wojny. I ten obraz Jezusa jest taki stricte kratyczny. No Jezus tam oczywiście dąży do poczucia siły, mocy, nawet kosztem takiego komfortu psychicznego tych swoich wiernych. Witwicki także próbował interpretować doświadczenie religijne w kategoriach kratyzmu, doświadczenie estetyczne. Tych prób jest więcej, ale te są chyba najbardziej znane. Teoria kratyzmu powstawała przez 30 lat. Jeżeli weźmiemy 3 najważniejsze jego prace, dysertację doktorską opublikowaną w 1900 roku, później taki krótki tekst 1907 roku a drugi tom psychologii dla studentów, no to są te 3 prace, w których właściwie teoria kratyzmu jest pokazana w takim najbardziej rozbudowany sposób. Inspiracji jest bardzo dużo, to Państwo wiecie, to jest starożytna literatura, Platon, Arystoteles, filozofia, Nietzsche, Spencer, Darwin, nawiązanie do ewolucjonizmu, ale jest też bardzo ciekawa analogia do psychologii, bo teoria kratyzmu Witwickiego jest najbliższa. Ja nawet nazwałem ją swego czasu gdzieś w swoich publikacjach, że jest to bliźniacza teoria. To są takie jakby twin theories. Teoria Adlera i teoria Witwickiego. Natomiast tych podobieństw jest więcej. W późniejszej literaturze psychologicznej i socjologicznej pojawiło się kilka bardzo ciekawych teorii, które w wielu aspektach są zbliżone do teorii Witwickiego. To jest Theodor Kemper, jego interakcyjna teoria emocji, Froma sadystyczno-masochistyczny charakter, czy Sidaniusa i Prato social dominance orientation. I tam jest tych analogii sporo, można ich znaleźć. Oczywiście myślę, że można by się pokusić o więcej takich analogii obecnie w psychologii. W 1957 roku została opublikowana praca bardzo znanego psychologa Timothy Larego, który w bardzo podobny sposób interpretował relacje interpersonalne, relacje społeczne, tak jak Witwicki, tylko że Larry po prostu przeprowadził całą serię eksperymentów i pokazał, że rzeczywiście te wymiary, jak dążenie do mocy, porównania społeczne odgrywają taką kluczową rolę. Po raz pierwszy słowo kratyzm pojawia się oczywiście w 1907 roku, a najbardziej rozbudowana analiza relacji społecznych w świetle kratyzmu pojawia się dopiero w 1926 roku. No i to są te takie najważniejsze rzeczy. Nie będę tego wszystkiego może czytał, bo nie ma, czy omawiał, bo to pewnie większość z Państwa wie. Tak pokrótce tylko powiem, może przypomnę, że Witwicki traktuje to kratic desire, to desire jako desire for power, ale to słowo, to określenie moc kreatyzm ma bardzo szerokie znaczenie. Ja później postaram się to szerzej pokazać. Jest to instynkt biologiczny, jest to poczucie bardzo subiektywne. Trudno powiedzieć, żeby ono miało charakter obiektywny. Osoba może nie mieć w ogóle realnej władzy, czy tej siły, czy kontroli, ale może tak czuć. Tak? I ono się może przejawiać na 4 różne sposoby, jako dążenie do podnoszenia innych, poniżania innych, czy podnoszenia lub poniżania siebie. I Witwicki używa też takiego określenia jak kreatyzm dodatni i ujemny. Ten dodatni to jest ten elevating kreatyzm, negatywny to jest ten humiliating, czyli gdy dążymy albo do poniżania siebie, albo innych. I jako ciekawostkę tylko chciałbym tutaj może jeszcze uzupełnić, że w teorii kreatyzmu w literaturze polskiej zazwyczaj bierze się 2 zmienne i to jest w zasadzie nigdy nie udało się wyjść poza ten taki uproszczony, uważam, schemat, mianowicie to, o czym mówi Witwicki w swojej teorii kreatyzmu, że mamy 2 zmienne, które regulują relacje społeczne, to jest ten friendly and hostile attitude w naszym toward us i life force, z którą się spotykamy. I teraz ta siła może być oczywiście większa, równa lub słabsza od nas, natomiast osoba może być może być wrogo nastawiona lub przyjaźnie. I to nam daje 6 możliwych relacji. 6 możliwych relacji, natomiast Witwicki wprowadza jeszcze 3. zmienną w swojej teorii, to są personal creative tendencies, czyli te tendencje kreatyczne, jedna z tych 4, o których powiedziałem. I ten czynnik 3, ta 3. zmienna w zasadzie w literaturze polskiej w ogóle nigdy nie była brana pod uwagę jako 3. zmienna, która w połączeniu z tymi 2 zmiennymi tu wcześniej daje nam 24 możliwe kombinacje relacji społecznych i innych emocji, które dominują w takich relacjach. No, chciałbym to podkreślić, bo to jest istotne. No niestety o tym się w zasadzie nie mówi. No to jest to, o czym mówiłem, to nie ma potrzeby chyba szczegółowo. I teraz proszę zauważyć, to jest taki najbardziej rozpowszechniony model, prawda? Gdzie mamy tego friendly lub hostile, prawda? Stronger, equal or weaker i mamy 6 możliwych kombinacji, natomiast ze swego czasu pisałem taki artykuł, gdzie udało mi się opublikować, to jest stara historia, bo to jest 2016 rok, gdzie próbowałem zestawić te 3 zmienne ze sobą i sprawdzić, czy rzeczywiście zachodzą jakieś korelacje między nimi, czy to znaczy korelacje zawsze zachodzą, ale czy one zachodzą jakieś, ale czy zachodzą korelacje takie, o których mówił Witwicki. I rzeczywiście w niektórych tych przypadkach tutaj udało się je znaleźć, ale ja badałem tylko część, ponieważ przeprowadzenie badania dla 24 kombinacji jest po prostu zbyt złożone i wymaga bardzo wielu badań. No jeżeli kogoś z Państwa to interesuje, to jest akurat tekst z 2016 roku, niestety w języku polskim. No, natomiast tak, żeby to podsumować, teoria kreatyzmu po 100 latach, ponad w zasadzie, no powiedzmy po 100, jeżeli weźmiemy ten 1926 rok, to po 99 latach jest ciągle bez weryfikacji empirycznej. Co więcej, nie mamy żadnych szczegółowych definicji tych kluczowych zmiennych. Witwicki o nich oczywiście mówi, ale one nie są, gdybyśmy chcieli przenieść to na praktykę empiryczną, gdybyśmy chcieli dokonać operacjonalizacji tych zmiennych, no na przykład tak jak kreatyzm albo, przepraszam, to jest błąd, czy ambicja, to wymaga dodatkowych analiz. One w ogóle nie były prowadzone w psychologii polskiej nigdy. Ja ostatnio miałem taką przyjemność zrecenzować artykuł, gdzie byłem zaskoczony pozytywnie, gdzie autorzy, jeżeli on zostanie opublikowany, przyjęty to będzie w języku angielskim, gdzie autorzy próbują dokonać operacjonalizacji ambicji i badać ambicje eksperymentalnie za pomocą narzędzi psychologicznych. I te badania, które oni tam przeprowadzili, są bardzo ciekawe. Co więcej, autorom udało się pokazać, że ambicja w wydaniu Witwickiego jest czymś wyjątkowo oryginalnym na tle współczesnej psychologii empirycznej. Więc no, być może to będzie jakiś też krok do przodu. Nie znamy korelacji między tymi głównymi zmiennymi teorii, co jest też, no w zasadzie nie możemy nic, trudno uczynić krok do przodu, jakiś empiryczny, kiedy jesteśmy w takim miejscu, prawda? Nie znamy relacji przyczynowych między zmiennymi. Co jest fenomenem, uważam, na tle polskiej psychologii, że mamy bardzo bogatą literaturę polską na temat tej teorii i samego Witwickiego. Wśród filozofów jest ona wyjątkowo bogata, wśród psychologów mniej, ale też jest dosyć bogata. Mamy prace zbiorowe, takie poświęcone Witwickiemu, wydawane, jedna duża praca w 1937, druga w 1989, ale na tym się skończyło. I wszystkie te prace są w zasadzie pracami, które albo chwalą Witwickiego i teorię, i na tym się kończy. Nie jest to może jakieś zbyt skromne z mojej strony, ale uczyniłem to celowo. Chciałem powiedzieć, że dopiero w tym roku pojawiły się między innymi mojego autorstwa dwie prace na temat, stricte na temat teorii kratyzmu w literaturze anglojęzycznej w czasopiśmie History of Psychology i no, udało mi się nawiązać kontakt, relację taką bardziej naukową z profesorem Kapustą, który jest jednym z redaktorów czasopisma Zeitschrift Indywidualpsychologii i napisaliśmy wspólnie artykuł, on jest w języku niemieckim. Jest to pierwsza próba zestawienia teorii kratyzmu z teorią Adlera, co nie jest jakimś wielkim osiągnięciem, bo w literaturze polskiej o tym już mówiono. Natomiast ani w literaturze anglojęzycznej, ani w literaturze niemieckojęzycznej ta teoria nie była nigdy ani w pełni przedstawiona, ani tym bardziej porównywana do bliźniaczej teorii Adlera. No więc może będzie jakiś ruch. Natomiast to, co chciałbym przedstawić, to tytułem wstępu, mam nadzieję, że się zmieszczę w czasie, to, co chciałbym przedstawić, to jest moja interpretacja i moja propozycja wyjścia poza samą taką analizę teoretyczną i propozycja zastosowania empirycznego teorii kratyzmu w praktyce. Ponieważ obecnie teorii na temat takich psychologicznych interpretacji, badań na temat power, social power, political power, no jest tego bardzo dużo w psychologii, są one bardzo zróżnicowane, więc trudno było mi znaleźć przestrzeń, w którą bym z tą teorią mógł wejść dalej i zaproponowałem takie oto badanie, gdzie kratyzm byłby zmienną, którą moglibyśmy badać poprzez językową ekspresję. A więc byłaby to próba ujęcia kratyzmu jako językowego obrazu świata społecznego. No i jakby to wyglądało w dyskursie politycznym i religijnym. I te dwa dyskursy chciałbym Państwu pokazać. W teorii kratyzmu tą kluczową zmienną jest oczywiście kratyzm jako uniwersalne dążenie dla wszystkich ludzi, prawda, żeby być niezależnym, równym lub ponad sobą, innymi lub tymi czynnikami nieosobowymi. I w związku z tym można założyć, że to kratic desire może być także, czy będzie miało swoją ekspresję jako naturalna konsekwencja, jako kratyczna wizja świata społecznego. Jeżeli ktoś myśli w takich kategoriach, to prawdopodobnie będzie też tak postrzegał świat. Witwicki tam, szczególnie w swojej rozprawie doktorskiej na temat ambicji, on wprowadza tam wiele ciekawych tez, to ja nie będę tego rozwijał w tej chwili, bo po prostu czasu nam nie wystarczy. Może to się później gdzieś tam pojawi jako odpowiedni moment. Moja modyfikacja i propozycja jest taka, by czytać kratyzm jako kratic orientation, tak? Czyli jako kratyczna orientacja, pewien attitude, to może być psychological attitude, to może być cognitive attitude, to może być linguistic way tego, jak opisujemy świat. Tak? I będzie to taka wizja świata, która opisuje rzeczywistość społeczną w kategoriach dominacji, władzy, siły, wyższości, hierarchii i asymetrii relacji społecznych. Oczywiście, podkreślam, to jest moja interpretacja. Jest to jedna z możliwych interpretacji, ponieważ kratyzmu nie można ograniczyć tylko do takiej interpretacji, ale wydaje mi się, że są ona w pełni uzasadnione. I w związku z tym taką kratyczną orientację możemy śledzić jako pewien wzorzec myślowy albo jako pewien wzorzec językowy. No ja się skupię na tym wzorcu językowym jako możliwym odzwierciedleniu tych wzorców kognitywnych. I propozycja jest taka, by stworzyć pewną siatkę językową, która by odzwierciedlała pojęcie kratyzmu, tak rozumianego jako te kratic orientation, cognitive linguistic, plus emocje, o których Witwicki też oczywiście mówił, i prześledzić to w dyskursie religijnym. Ja przyjąłem tutaj, to były dwa duże, no może nie tak duże, pierwszy grant był większy, drugi grant był mniejszy, w dyskursach kanonicznych religii monoteistycznych. To był Stary Testament, Nowy Testament i Koran. One były badane pierwotnie w językach oryginalnych i te dyskursy odzwierciedlają różne porządki społeczne. Stary Testament jest bardziej osadzony w tradycji takiej plemiennej. Tam mamy taką transformację z tego tribe do, powiedzmy, polis, czy state i polis. Nowy Testament jest wyraźnie w tej tradycji już polis i state osadzony. Koran jest w zasadzie pomiędzy. No i byliśmy ciekawi, jak to wyjdzie. Metodologia była dosyć prosta. Mianowicie była to kwantytatywna analiza dyskursu. Dzisiaj znany jako text corpora analysis, ponieważ dzisiaj istnieje już tak dużo, jest tak duży dostęp do narzędzi, które może opanować pojedynczy badacz, narzędzi komputerowych do analizy tekstu. No kiedyś to była narracja, prawda? Kiedyś się badało jednostkę tekstową, później jakieś większe fragmenty tekstu, potem dyskursy, a dzisiaj to są już korpusy tekstowe, prawda? To są całe duże zestawy tekstów. Nie będę tego dokładnie wszystkiego czytał, ale to jest to, o czym Państwu mówiłem, czyli jest to, żeby tą miarą orientacji kratycznej był tu wskaźnik kratyczny, rozumiany jako percepcja świata społecznego w kategoriach, czy w takich terminach władzy, dominacji i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Zaangażowaliśmy lingwistów, którzy przygotowali, to byli arabiści, hebraiści, filolodzy klasyczni, oni nam przygotowali specjalną listę słów kratycznych, to była Cratic Linguistic Grid, plus Linguistic Grid regarding emotions, tak? Czyli ta, która dotyczyła na przykład fear, anger, disgust, czy contempt i inne. To nie jest jakaś szczególnie nowa metodologia, ponieważ ona jest znana wśród lingwistów, psycholingwistów, psychologów społecznych. Nie ma może tak dużo wystandaryzowanych narzędzi, które się wykorzystuje w tych badaniach, natomiast niektóre oczywiście istnieją, są dostępne, bardzo popularnym jest na przykład wskaźnik myślenia dogmatycznego oparty na teorii Rokicza, na jego koncepcji Closed and Open Mind, czy Linguistic Category Model służący do analizy stereotypów i uprzedzeń, bardzo popularny Lwow's, obecnie on tam ma sporo różnych kategorii. Także to było zakorzenione, to nasze badanie było zakorzenione w tej tradycji tutaj. W międzyczasie pomyślałem sobie, czy nie byłoby ciekawe na przykład przeprowadzić kiedyś takie analizy, zebrać ważniejsze korpusy tekstowe przedstawicieli szkoły lwowsko-warszawskiej, filozoficzne dzieła, psychologiczne, etyczne i dokonać takiej analizy już nie kratycznej, ale analizy kwantytatywnej tych dokumentów, bo to mogłoby okazać się dosyć ciekawe. Ale to oczywiście jest taka luźna propozycja. To, co Państwo tu widzicie, to już jest ta końcowa wersja tej Cratic Linguistic Vocabulary. Ona obejmowała kilka kategorii. To były kategorie, rzeczowniki działania, czy czasowniki i cechy jako przysłówki, przymiotniki. Oczywiście także osobno emocje. My określiliśmy jako emocje dystansu, jak fear, disgust, prawda, czy jeszcze coś w tym stylu. I emocje bliskości, jak love, prawda, friendship i tak dalej, tak dalej. One nie wszystkie oczywiście są emocjami. To był wielki problem, jak określić językowo, w języku greckim to, co się odnosi do emocji na przykład. Prawda? I no tutaj mieliśmy dosyć dużo pracy. Tak, szczerze mówiąc, to był największy problem, żeby stworzyć taką siatkę. I w ten sposób badaliśmy teksty greckie. Była osobna siatka do języka hebrajskiego, biblijnego, do języka Koranu arabskiego. No i za chwilę Państwu pokażę. Tu jest z kolei już taka względnie końcowa lista słów kreatycznych do języka polskiego. Mamy znowu 4 różne grupy, plus dodaliśmy ambicje, słowa dotyczące ambicji, ponieważ one wcześniej nie były wyróżniane, a pojęcie ambicji jest fundamentem teorii kreatyzmu, więc włączyliśmy też, przepraszam, też to. I teraz pokażę Państwu wyniki, te results, jak to wyglądało pierwotnie. W pierwszym badaniu kreatyczna orientacja i canonical discourses, i to był Hebrew, Greek and Arabic language. Wygląda to tak, Old Testament, Hebrew Old Testament, Greek New Testament i Arabic Quran. Jak Państwo widzicie, tutaj najwyższy wskaźnik kreatyzmu, a więc postrzegania świata w kategoriach właśnie dystansu społecznego, nierówności społecznych, występował właśnie tu. Najniższy jest w Nowym Testamencie, pomiędzy znajduje się Koran. Ale takie comparisons między tymi językami ma swoje wady i przy analizie kwantytatywnej porównywanie różnych języków jest problematyczne. Natomiast sam wynik był bardzo ciekawy. Najbardziej interesujące było to, jak tworzyliśmy te siatki, bo w tych językach było to bardzo skomplikowane. W języku greckim jest to chyba jeszcze względnie wdzięczne, natomiast w hebrajskim, arabskim to się zaczyna rozmywać. No ale wynik jest dosyć interesujący, a później już zaczęliśmy porównywać dyskursy kanoniczne w jednym języku, ale mieliśmy tylko 2 takie. To był stary Old Testament as the Septuagint i New Testament in Greek. I tak jak Państwo tu widzicie, gdy porównujemy generalnie Old and New Testament pod względem tej orientacji kreatycznej, mimo wszystko Stary Testament ma wyższą tą orientację kreatyczną niż Nowy Testament, a wydzielając różne podkorpusy, ten wynik się jeszcze dodatkowo ta różnica się powiększyła. Co pokazuje, że ta wstępny, bo to jest w zasadzie preliminary research, to nie można tego uznać jako takie definitywne, ostateczne wyniki, bardziej jako wskazówkę, ale one się replikują w trochę inny sposób, ale podstawowa hipoteza się nam tutaj sprawdza, że w zależności od innego typu relacji społecznych będziemy mieć inny kreatyzm. Dodatkowo analizowaliśmy siatkę językową dotyczącą emocji i ciekawostką jest to, że emocje dystansu w Nowym Testamencie spadają, emocje bliskości są na tym samym prawie poziomie, te różnice są nieistotne statystycznie, te są istotne. To oznacza, że zmieniają się relacje społeczne i stosunki społeczne w świecie Starego Testamentu i świecie Nowego Testamentu. Ja publikowałem te wyniki tak cyklicznie gdzieś tam w różnych czasopismach, natomiast najbardziej takie rozszerzone studium zostało opublikowane w mojej monografii, wydane Society of Biblical Literature. No jeśli kogoś Państwa interesuje, to wspominam, jest to w open access, można do tego zajrzeć. No i teraz tak, konkluzje z tego pierwszego badania z pierwszej serii tych badań są takie, że orientacja krytyczna jako zmienna jako zmienna, tak rozumiana, umożliwia nam identyfikację różnic w tych dyskursach religijnych, monoteistycznych dyskursach religijnych, co jest, uważam, dużym osiągnięciem. Umożliwia także identyfikację różnych sposobów opisu, a zatem też postrzegania świata społecznego, prawdopodobnie preferowanego modelu świata społecznego. Umożliwia także identyfikację różnego typu relacji społecznych w tych dyskursach. No bo jeżeli mamy orientację kratyczną, tak ujawnioną przez autora, plus preferencje takich albo innych emocji, dystansu, bliskości, jednych jest więcej, innych mniej, oczywiście można badać tutaj także konteksty tych słów, ale to jest osobne zagadnienie, no to możemy śmiało powiedzieć, że orientacja kratyczna jako zmienna pozwala nam na poziomie dyskursu identyfikować pewne wzorce relacji społecznych preferowanych przez autora takiego dyskursu. Badaliśmy jeszcze dyskursy religijne pisane w konfliktach religijnych danej grupy i poza konfliktami. Już nie pokazuję tych wyników, bo na to nie mam czasu. Tam, gdzie grupa jest w atmosferze konfliktu, ta grupa ma zawsze w swoim dyskursie podniesiony wskaźnik kratyzmu. Tak? Czyli nasila się ta asymetria i poczucie mobilizacji. W związku z tym zadaliśmy pytanie, czy orientacja kratyczna, tak rozumiana, może różnicować też dyskursy czy język polityczny różnych grup, różnych ideologii. I to było drugie badanie. W praktyce okazuje się, że język polityczny i religijny są bardzo do siebie podobne, bardziej podobne niż różne. Już nie będę wszystkiego czytał, ale gdybyśmy się zastanowili, to mamy bardzo podobny wzorzec jakby tworzenia pewnej rzeczywistości językowej, a w zasadzie rzeczywistości społecznej, którą ten język wyraża. Jako ciekawostkę, ale to jest bardzo proste zestawienie, chciałem Państwu pokazać, jak wygląda taka prosta frekwencyjna analiza exposé, politycznych exposé w języku polskim, polskich premierów, jeśli chodzi o procent czy proporcje czasowników, rzeczowników, przymiotników, a jak się to ma na przykład do języka religijnego. To jest nicejsko-konstantynopolskie wyznanie wiary, 95 tez Marcina Lutra, czy fragmenty encykliki papieża Franciszka. Zebraliśmy to razem, to nie są duże teksty. No i proszę zauważyć, że jeżeli chodzi o dynamikę tekstu, dynamikę opisu, one się prawie nie różnią. Tu mamy 16% political addresses, a w religious language, o tak powiedzmy uogólniając, 15,5. Jeśli chodzi o rzeczowniki, 34,5, 31,6. To jest nieznaczna różnica, powiedzmy. W zasadzie można by powiedzieć, że political addresses są trochę mniej dynamiczne, są bardziej kategorialne, prawda, idą w tym kierunku. Jeśli chodzi o wartościowanie, niewielka różnica, no to może Państwa zainteresuje, tutaj mamy tą Kanta, krytykę czystego rozumu, no to Kant z kolei jest najmniej dynamiczny w porównaniu do politycznego języka i religijnego. Tutaj ta dynamika opisu tych verbs jest po prostu spada bardzo mocno. No i troszeczkę mniej tych rzeczowników, a natomiast reszta jest bardzo podobna. A to już zostawmy tam psychologię społeczną. Także generalnie jakbyśmy spojrzeli na język religijny i język polityczny, tu jest bardzo dużo podobieństw. Więc wydawało się, a jeszcze takie jest też podobne bardzo, jakby cel, sposób konstrukcji rzeczywistości w języku politycznym. No i teraz mam nadzieję, że mi Państwo wybaczycie, jeśli troszeczkę przekroczę, ale przyspieszam. Wzięliśmy pod uwagę exposé polskich premierów od 1945 roku, od zakończenia wojny tu zakończyliśmy na Mateuszu Morawieckim, natomiast przydałoby się tu jeszcze włączyć Donalda Tuska, jego wystąpienie, kiedy pojawił się nowy rząd. I podzieliliśmy te exposé, te political addresses na dwie grupy, tak? Communistic period i democratic. Jak to wygląda teraz? Może jeszcze jedno wyjaśnienie, ponieważ w momencie, kiedy przechodziliśmy na język polityczny, no to nam się democratic vocabulary zaczęło trochę kruszyć, dlatego że w języku religijnym jest masa pewnych pojęć i pewnych zwrotów, których nie ma w politycznym. Więc musieliśmy troszeczkę okroić to vocabulary. No, pewnych zwrotów po prostu nie ma. No ale po pewnych dyskusjach ustaliliśmy, że możemy przyjąć taką, to są te podstawowe słowa, to nie znaczy, że to jest final version. Ja nie wiem, czy istnieje final version i szczerze mówiąc wydaje mi się, że nie, bo to zależy od podejścia, ale no powiedzmy, że tego byśmy się trzymali. Tu mamy określenie pozycji, to tutaj uciekło, to jako position, attributes, action, categories i ambition. No i teraz przeprowadziliśmy wstępną analizę tego słownictwa w dyskursie filozoficznym, parlamentarnym, medialnym i to był specjalnie tutaj skupiliśmy się na wiadomościach na temat Ukrainy i wojny w Ukrainie, ponieważ liczyliśmy, że tu ten wskaźnik nam podskoczy mocno do góry. No i political addresses osobny. Proszę zauważyć, że w tym wstępnym badaniu filozoficzny jest najmniej kratyczny. To chyba dobrze. Natomiast trochę wyżej dyskurs parlamentarny na różne tematy w Sejmie, wiadomości na temat Ukrainy no, troszkę wzrasta. Te różnice były istotne statystycznie. To Państwa może nie interesować ta statystyka tak bardzo, ale to wspominam o tym. Natomiast najwyższe mają political addresses, znaczy okazuje się, ci premierzy, jak wchodzą zaczynają proklamować nowy porządek, to oni mają to poczucie kratyzmu, prawda? To tworzymy nowy świat. Trzeba to wszystko teraz ogarnąć. A proszę zobaczyć, jak korelowały ze sobą te skale, bo to jest dosyć ciekawe, prawda? Te skale tutaj, które mamy, jest ich 5, te korelacje są bardzo wysokie. Na gruncie psychologii zazwyczaj, jeżeli to jest 0,3, 0,4, to już jest ważna informacja dla psychologa, natomiast tutaj mamy, tu akurat to 0,93 to jest podobieństwo znaczeniowe, to tutaj akurat nie jest taki, no to ładnie wygląda, ale dlatego akurat. Natomiast 0,6 czy prawie 0,7, 0,8, te korelacje były duże, to znaczy, że ta siatka, ten vocabulary, te dimensions, one są kongruentne, tak? One tworzą pewną spójną całość. No i teraz pokażę Państwu pokrótce, jak to wyglądało dla okresu komunistycznego i demokratycznego. Ale od razu pokażę tych naszych premierów. Znaczy, oni mieli trochę inny status w okresie komunistycznym niż premierzy, ale powiedzmy, że to jest premier. Proszę zauważyć, najwyższy wskaźnik 0,61, trójka to jest Bierut. Bierut był związany z KGB. To nie jest przypadek, że jego wynik jest tak wysoki, a Wojciech Jaruzelski, który wprowadza stan wojenny, który został powołany w momencie, kiedy w Polsce jest niesamowity chaos. On uzyskuje, to jest 7, a tu jest jakiś błąd, bo ja sprawdzałem, ten wynik był wysoki u Jaruzelskiego, przepraszam, tu jest gdzieś błąd, ten wynik był wyższy. To jest my mistake. W każdym razie Jaruzelski ma też wysoki wskaźnik, no i bardzo wysoki wskaźnik kratyzmu ma Tadeusz Mazowiecki. To jest ten okres, kiedy następuje upadek komunizmu, jest przewrót polityczny. Więc jest fenomenem, że orientacja krytyczna, tak rozumiana, ma bardzo wysoki wskaźnik zarówno u przedstawiciela KGB, jak u człowieka, który dąży do demokratycznej Polski, tak, tworzenia demokratycznego kraju. Ale to nie jest przypadek, dlatego że orientacja krytyczna, tak rozumiana, nie ma charakteru pejoratywnego. To jest coś głębiej, to jest uniwersalne dążenie do opanowania pewnego chaosu i dlatego tutaj sobie pozwoliłem napisać, że to troszeczkę ucięło, że to nie jest tylko postrzeganie świata w kategoriach dominacji władzy. To byłoby dosyć negatywne, natomiast to jest tak, że w tym ujęciu jest to także dążenie do pokonania chaosu czy pewnego sprostania pewnym wyzwaniom. To za chwilkę będzie widać na innych jeszcze zestawieniach. Proszę spojrzeć teraz na wolną Polskę od 89, w zasadzie już od 91, bo już jesteśmy po mazowieckim. Proszę zauważyć, że szczególnie tutaj, to jest ciekawe, 049, 05, 05, 051, to jest tak, 18, 16 i 12, tak? Jarosław Kaczyński, Beata Szydło, Mateusz Morawiecki są przedstawiciele bardzo radykalnej, ortodoksyjnie prawicowej, right wing, prawda, taka ideologii w Polsce, których orientacja krytyczna jest bardzo wysoka. Wysoki mamy także wskaźnik 8,9 to jest Jerzy Buzek i Leszek Miller. Nie bez powodu. To za chwilkę, no być może Państwo pamiętacie, co to jest za czas. To był okres wejścia do NATO Polski i wejścia do Unii Europejskiej. Więc to pokazuje, że ta orientacja krytyczna w ich wystąpieniach, faktycznie oni znajdują się, ci premierzy znajdują się, czy występują w momentach bardzo ważnych dla historii Polski. Te różnice były istotne, to już nie będę Państwu szczegółowo omawiał tego, one są istotne statystycznie. Natomiast to jest ciekawe, myślę, że warto na to zwrócić uwagę. Mam jeszcze chwilkę czasu? Rozumiem, że nie mam, ale to, że istnieje wyraźna różnica między semantyczną, taką eksplicitę, pewną ekspresją faktów i opisem rzeczywistości, a tą kwantytatywną, która w pewnym sensie dotyczy strukturalnych właściwości dyskursu. Bo ta kwantytatywna, strukturalna, ona schodzi do pewnych upodobań, pewnych tendencji autora, by pisać o rzeczywistości i mówić o rzeczywistości. On nie bardzo ma nad tym kontrolę. On tego nie kontroluje. Można kontrolować semantyczny wymiar wypowiedzi, natomiast strukturalny charakter wypowiedzi jest trudny do kontroli. I tu mamy różnicę, bo przypomnę, proszę zauważyć, że w okresie komunistycznym mówiono bardzo dużo o równości, tej social equality, prawda? Natomiast wyraźnie widać, że orientacja na power jest większa, prawda, wśród tych premierów komunistycznych niż wśród premierów wolnej Polski. No i teraz drugie studium, też bardzo szybko, w okresie tych takich przełomowych momentów w historii Polski, w całym tym okresie, od Second World War to these days. I mamy 4 takie momenty. To jest wprowadzenie prawa, nie prawa, tylko stanu wojennego, następnie za Mazowieckiego, jego wystąpienia, bo tu mamy 2, obalenie komunizmu, Buzek, wejście Polski czy przyłączenie do NATO i Leszek Miller, wejście czy przyłączenie do Unii Europejskiej. Mamy 4, tak jak złączymy te expose i zobaczymy, jaka tam była orientacja krytyczna na tle pozostałych expose, no to proszę zobaczyć, to jest ta część tutaj. Wyraźnie w tym okresie niekrytycznym, czyli te pozostałe expose mają wyraźnie niższy wskaźnik krytyzmu, w krytycznych momentach one prawie wszystkie mają 0,5. 0,49, 0,50, 0,51 są bardzo wysokie. I to są istotne różnice. Natomiast w okresie zbliżającym tuż przed upadkiem komunizmu w Polsce ta orientacja krytyczna w tych expose narasta, natomiast te różnice nie są istotne statystycznie. To znaczy, że tam coś się dzieje, ale na poziomie statystycznym tej różnicy nie ma. Więc powiedzmy, że ta jest bardziej dla nas przekonująca, dla nas jako psychologów, dla Państwa jako filozofów, to może być bardziej abstrakcyjne. Natomiast to uwierzcie mi na słowo, że tam, gdzie jest significant, statystycznie significant, to jest bardziej, ma większe to znaczenie. No i ostatnie zestawienie to są partie polityczne, a orientation for power. No i porównywaliśmy expose premierów reprezentujących Prawo i Sprawiedliwość i premierów reprezentujących Koalicję Obywatelską i tutaj też mamy wyniki bardzo ciekawe w obu przypadkach. W tym porównaniu Tusk i Kaczyński. Kaczyński jest wyraźnie bardziej zorientowany na power niż Tusk, natomiast w porównaniu, nie tyle natomiast, ile podobnie w porównaniach reprezentantów PO i PiS ta sama różnica zachodzi. Więc ewidentnie widzimy, że już kończąc, że zmienna orientacja kratyczna, inaczej jako orientation for power, możemy ją tak też tutaj nazwać, pozwala uchwycić im takie ilościowe różnice w tych dyskursach, znaczy w expose. To przepraszam, tu powinno być albo political addresses, albo political religious discourses. Tak. No pozwala nam uchwycić, w zasadzie ona identyfikuje, tak, różnice w dyskursie religijnym, politycznym, inny lingwistyczny czy językowy obraz świata. Prawdopodobnie także można przyjąć, że jest to także odzwierciedlenie innej wizji świata. Więc tak to wygląda i kratyzm jako orientacja kratyczna, jako orientacja na moc ma też znaczenie takie szersze. To nie jest tylko orientacja na bycie przy sterze, prawda, i rządzić, ale no, także w sytuacjach takich krytycznych kontrolować. No i to jest ostatni slajd. Ja widzę pewne perspektywy na przyszłość, żeby wykorzystać tą językową siatkę, przełożyć ją i doopracować specjalną siatkę w języku angielskim, ponieważ tutaj dyskurs jest po prostu nieograniczony. Dostęp do dokumentów mógłby być bardzo ciekawy i na przykład badać język polityczny prezydentów Stanów Zjednoczonych czy polityków świata zachodniego, fanatyków religijnych. Tych możliwości jest o wiele więcej, ale trzeba stworzyć nową siatkę, bazując już na tych osiągnięciach, a wydaje się, że ten trop pierwszy z wykorzystaniem pojęcia kratyzmu no, przynosi jakieś efekty empiryczne. Ja jestem w pełni świadomy, że to moje wystąpienie jest inne niż w większości z Państwa, moje jest stricte empiryczne, Państwa bardziej konceptualne i teoretyczne, no ale mam nadzieję, że było to zrozumiałe.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Bardzo dziękujemy, to działa bardzo ożywczo na nas, a poza tym, jak widzisz, dużo było tej psychologii również wśród takich osób, których my zaliczamy do filozofów standardowo w szkole, więc ja uważam, że psychologia szkoły Lwowskiej niesłusznie jest zaniedbana i musimy wrócić do tego, żeby więcej o niej mówić. I think we have time for 2 short questions and then we have to go forward because we really have a lot of to do today, including concert in the evening. So please, 2 short questions.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I imagine there would be a huge difference in Kratism between more pacifistic religious sects like the Quakers and more charismatic sects. So that would be an interesting dimension. Yeah. Another thing that I thought might be worth investigating is the extent to which those who are considered racists might be more susceptible to use of Kratic vocabulary versus those who are more egalitarian. Yeah. And the other dimension, of course, is feminists and anti-feminists.
Thank you very much. I think there's a lot of possibilities to use it in the practice, in research, empirical practice. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thanks. This is amazing work. And here's the thing is I mean, obviously I didn't get all of it, but I'm eager to talk to you more about it because one of the things I'm working on with the lab in New Zealand as actually on English and Urdu and Pakistan, and especially women and their testimonials for how their emotional response to treatment and illness and cancer and anyway, long story short is I'm curious because you talk about at the very end about maybe doing something in English. One of the concerns I have with English and corpus studies, particularly when you're talking about power words, and the power words that I saw out there that I could translate from Polish was things like small and large, and these are kinds of words that in English are difficult to individuate from power versus non-power use. A case in Polish that allows you to make that individuation easier. So my question is that the case? Is it true to say that there are different cases for different uses in terms of power and non-power uses of words like big and small? Because that will be a huge barrier to doing the English study, I think.
I don't know yet. At this moment, we can try. We can. The most difficult problem is to move from one language to another language. At this moment, I can't answer. This is a big challenge for us. I hope it is possible, but we can try.
Are there two different cases in Polish that allow you to identify a use of a power term? So like if you say dużo, right? So big, large. Is it declined? Is it a certain case that allows you to say that's a power use versus a non-power use?
Nie wiem, czy zrozumiałem pytanie.
Duże na przykład, które są świadectwem mocy, także tam dążenia do mocy, od takich użyć, które nie są.
Okay.
Graniczne słowa, nie?
In the quantitative analysis, we can omit some differences. But if we have text corpora, sometimes there are only small mistakes. And in statistical analysis, they can be not important. But sometimes we can try. We should try. Thank you.
A little comment only. It's worth to emphasize that critic attitude isn't necessarily something negative. It's according to Witwicki, it's active attitude, not necessarily connected with domination, for example. Sometimes it is, sometimes not, but it's a kind of creation too.
Yeah. Connected with meaning of many things, but we have to choose. We have to decide which meaning we would like to grasp in this vocabulary. This is only proposition, one proposition. I believe that we can, a lot of proposition to use the concept of criticism, even linguistically.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and so let's meet here in an hour at 3:30. I say goodbye to our online